When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need, Maconi.
With the launch of Maconi Entertainment and Maconi Competizone alongside Maconi Setup Shop, we now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, broadcasting, and event organization.
With cars across all 4 license classes, we have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Hello everybody and welcome to today's coverage of the 2025 edition of the Majors 24 from iRacing's virtual Circuit de la Sarthe. We're set for 24 hours of action for one of the biggest events in all of iRacing from the league scene as we get set to race for 24 hours in France. Maconi Entertainment is here to bring you action from all types of racing, including the Goat Walker Racing Series, Full Length Cup Challenge, and Fast Fridays. No matter what you're racing, we can bring the action to life. My name is Justin Prince. Alongside the booth for today is Sky Shrek. Alongside me for today as well will be producer Christian Hill as we get set to go racing here from the French countryside. Now, before we get into the details, I'd like to remind you today's race is brought to you by Majors Garage, an online platform that provides iRacing setups for various cars. More than 60 plus car options added each week, part of Majors Garage. Or more, go and search Majors Garage today. But today's going to be a challenge for a lot of these teams here, Sky, because today it's about running 24 hours all through the night at the French countryside for an event that's now been running for about 5+ years, give or take. So we're here today at Circuit de la Sarthe.
Yeah, and it'll be a good one. Here's some track info for you. 8.5 miles in length, one of the longer road courses in the world and on iRacing. 38 turns, all of them treacherous. Opened all the way back in 1923. Pit speed 37 miles an hour tonight. You got to be careful on that. The lap record is a 3:15.751. These drivers are going to need to be careful around here because there are so many corners that can catch you out. It's a very fast racetrack, especially on that long back straightaway that uses sections of public roads out here in Le Mans. These drivers Gonna have to make sure they don't overshoot that chicane or any of the S's heading down to the front straightaway.
Going to be so interesting today, where a lot of these teams are trying to make sure they get every move right. The threat of safety cars, with the threat of incidents at any way, with the threat of weather, of course, in the forecast. That's expected a couple times over throughout the event. There's so much to keep in mind. And there's plenty of classes to keep an eye on this season. 3 different classes for this event. GTP, LMP2, and GT3 are those classes. You see those specs on screen here, Sky, and for these classes, very comparable for GTP and LMP2, of course, since those are different generations of the prototypes, but GT3 going to be a whole different beast for today.
Yeah, GT3 is a slower car, so you're going to see them kind of become the lap traffic here for some of those faster GTP cars as they try to run their own race. This is going to be a lot of fun today. These drivers have one faster pair if needed for this race, and they've got to make that faster pair last 24 hours. So you do not want to use it early, and you don't want to use it unless your car is totaled.
Mind the speed differential between the first 2 prototype classes, 10 plus seconds in qualifying today. Prototypes are additional 10 seconds slower than the LMP2s on average pace around Circuit de la Sarthe. So that's something to keep in mind with the different conditions for the cars. But speaking of weather conditions, take a look at this forecast. This is the graph that's expected for today and for this event. It's expected to rain at some parts of this race per the forecast, and it's expected to hit more so towards the nighttime conditions in sim. So that's around the middle of the race where we're expecting it to be very fortuitous when it comes to these conditions.
Yeah, you don't need to be a meteorologist to know that 80% chance of rain means probably not going to be dry out there on the racetrack. These drivers are going to be slipping and sliding, and they're going to be doing it during the night, which is already a treacherous part of this race because of the vision and the tiredness. Now that's just going to be amplified with that rain in the forecast, and it could last up to about 10 hours here, really throwing a wrench in things.
And that was just a forecast, mind you, coming into the weekend. Let's put it this way. In sim right now, if you turn on the weather forecast for the timeline-based weather, there's an estimate of rain within 2 hours in sim time. So there's a chance we start off early with the weather conditions here too, in terms of some precipitation around this track. There's a lot of potential possibilities on how the weather can go here. But overall, what are the expectations for this race? Because here at Maconi Entertainment, we'll have the first 6 hours and then the final 6 hours. Your thoughts for the first 6?
It's all about consistency right now. You got to get into a rhythm so you're able to keep it going.
Indeed. So, looks like we're just about to have the grid transition here. So we'll make our way to the starting grid after hyperpole qualifying. Next moments or so here for the French countryside. The French countryside is ready to go as we are set to see how drivers line up here today. It's time to look at how they'll start. We'll start things off class by class. Orbit Drop Bear Venus will start on the pole, Venice should say. Sim Race Sweden Esports Purple start alongside. Then following them is Tupai Racing Team, followed by Sim Race Sweden Esports Blue. In the top 4 positions, their car is yellow, mind you. We'll explain why in a moment. Now it's Drapoji Sim Esports up front next, followed by Maple Freedom Racing. Will start in 6th. 7th spot today going the way of 499 Racing Platinum. Lumen Motorsport will start in 8th. 9th spot going to Fastlane Academy. Alongside them will be the Acura of Tarnan Haggis Racing. Team Unknown starts 11th with Arctic Sim Racing in 12th. Fall behind them is the well-known team going to be Aerokinetics. They'll be lined up on the next tab of drivers. They'll be lined up alongside 212 Racing. Next up in the order is RD Simsport, who's had some success in the past in these events. SRF Motorsport starts in 16th. 17th going to go the way of Vesta Sport Purple. They'll start alongside Delta V Racing, who was in the 329s in qualifying. IPM Gold will look to shine bright today, but Delta V Racing in 20th. And what our team in the class, that is Team Loose and Spurwings efforts here in this event, Sky.
22nd will be that Brody Gardner driving for one of those teams. Spin and Tow Motorsports will be 23rd. Inter Sigma Pole in 24th for the start of this race. 25th will be Impact Sim Sport Black number 6 with Michael Billen behind the wheel. Lumen Motorsport Flux of Luke Walsh qualifies 26th. Michael Sundstrom of Nearly On Pace is in 27th with John Carlos Schooler of Logistical Nightmare Racing in 28th. Wannabe SRT rolls off 29th with Liam Doyle of Nomad 562 in 30th. Thomas Boldra of Thomas Enge Sim Racing in 31st. John McHutchison of Team Radline in 32nd. Pushrod Beast Racing of Togo Hisada rolls off 33rd. Kevin Daniels of DDK Racing Team G in 34th. 35th tonight, we'll start the GT3 class.
That'll be Neon Light Knights Racing and Fast Repair Motorsport. That'll be in their respective group. Fury Simsport start next in their green car with Kronos Gold by NWS Racing. Next, Walk Racing Esports looks to run today with GTMR Endurance starting alongside them. Next in the order, Lucas Marinho will start in Grow Racing Team's car. DPR Racing starts next with Christopher Ireland. Next in the order, STKE Racing Team will start next to MRRS Racing Sapphire and their car. Carter Hutchinson driving for Red Panda today will start next with Lightbird Esports, their well-known organization. Next, Coupe de Motorsports will start next in one of their meme-looking cars. Once paint schemes get in, Variant Sim Sports coming on next. Next to the order is Bloco Borderay. Pardon me on that one, as that'll be Composite Performance, who will look to start next to them. Orion Race Team and Delta V Racing are next in the order. They'll start 51st, 52nd overall. Way towards the back, IFR Esports and Adrenaline Motorsports Bravo, Maniti Racing Purple, Zenith Motorsports, and HGS Racing Yellow are the field. We're happy to have you with us here at Maconi Entertainment. The Majors 24 is underway from France. And a good start by the prototypes. The GTPs rumble the way to the course, and we have a crash. Already one driver spun off the side of the road. The rest of the field rumbles its way through as several more lock up and crash, going to the Dunlop curves and trying to make their way to the chicane. Several are scattered in GTP.
You need to be consistent, you need to have a good start, and that is not what happened for a lot of those cars kind of in the mid-pack here of this prototype class. These drivers struggling in the GTP to find grip early. You already saw about 2 or 3 off just in that first chicane. These teams need to lock it back down and get the momentum on their side. Fall back into a rhythm here for the remainder of this race as we're side by side looking down the straightaway here. This straightaway is so long you can get speeds of up to 200 miles an hour here. It uses public roads, as we mentioned earlier. We're going to head down into the corner. Looks like that lead car is going to hold on.
Hold on for now. Let's see if that lasts with how things are going. That's still Orbit Drop Bear Venus making their way up to the front of the field. How things are going here at the prototype. Some of the air drivers, LP2s, mind you. Blue Chew still leads the way for their respective pack. The Mulsanne Straight going to be the main opportunity to build up draft, but it's also going to be an opportunity for a lot of teams to save gas here over the course of each of their stints. Some of these teams making some moves like there for a crash. Another one.
3 cars involved in that one. Doesn't look like anyone sustained too bad of damage that they would have to use that fast repair, but it's going to set all those cars to the back of the GTP field, maybe a little closer to the LMP field in that accident.
499 Racing Platinum amongst those involved in that contact there. That causes the spin around, so that will break up this pack dramatically. Already, Orbit Drop has a lead that stretches by a few seconds up at the front of the field, with some of the errors in line with damage. Still keep an eye on some of the errors right now as they continue to rumble here. You see them run their way through Indianapolis, one of the more technical parts of the racetrack coming up here at De La Sarthe.
Yeah, this is the more technical section of the racetrack. You can see that track temp very hot right now, over 110 degrees. That is contributing to some of these spins that you've seen early in the race. Drivers going off track. They're maybe used to having a little more grip around here, but the cold tires and the hot track have not been kind to many of these drivers so far. They have been kind to your leaders, though. That car of Gladlock doing a great job to hold on to this lead at the moment.
Some early racing amongst them so far, but it's still very early, is the obvious thing. This is the type of race where you have to pace yourself. You're taking a look at these Sim Race Sweden machines, after all, is to make the way through. So far, we've seen Jesper Eriksson in league races be very strong, be able to keep things high pressured. So far, keeping the pressure up right now with the Orbit Bear machine, keeping within the drafts, keeping them up in range. That's going to be an important thing as this race goes on, keeping these drivers within drafting distance to control things. That was a big backup by Eriksson for some reason.
It was. He was really slow there as he backed off into turn 1, heading down to the chicane, and that will let that gap reopen here for the lead of this class. He's going to need to get it back down, gather it back up, and try to keep pursuing that car in front of him here. We'll see if he can get a little closer. This is a battle a little further back in the field. You've got that 11 car making the dive up the inside. We're side by side through some chicanes.
Indeed, some of these drivers trying to make some moves here. Fast Line Academy amongst those. Arnie Simsport also making some slice and dices through the pack so far. Arnie Simsport right now trying to gain a lot of ground in the early going, have already gained 7 spots. Some teams gaining as much as 9 positions for the early going as you see them making the way up the most end straight. And those chicanes and those little curves here that break up the speed for safety, going to be your opportunities to lunge here today for some passes.
For sure, you can see this kind of line of cars forming here. They're going to get a little bit of a slipstream on each other as they head down this big long straightaway, and we'll stand straight. And that is going to create some moves here. You can see all the cars going side by side. We're already 3 rows of side by side as we work our way down into the corner. You've got that CRF Motorsports car and a big slot up there. That is going to take 1 car out, and that's going to be a big penalty for that car.
Yeah, IPM gold amongst those sent on the scatter, it looks like, as a result of that, trying to get around that. And there is an important thing to mention in terms of the rules. It was talked about in the drivers meeting. Teams only have 2 protest tokens, they call them, to file protests during the course of 24 hours. That can be used for protests and for appeals. So you have to be careful on when you submit a protest to here, because if you use those up early, you get involved in some similar situation later, you don't have the opportunity. You have to be tactile on when you choose to do a protest.
Yeah, that's even more strategy here into a 24-hour race. Leaves a little more up to these teams and these drivers side by side down the straightaway. Pull out, no battle there at the moment, but these cars are running so close, and I don't think it'll be long before we see more moves being made here in the mid-pack.
Remember, the runs for usually the GTPs and the LP2 is going to be about 40-45 minutes or so, give or take. With these classes, the GT3s can be more so on the hour in terms of their fuel stints here today. So that could play a bit into the strategy, but also how many times these teams are going to have to go in and out in this pit lane as they strategize throughout this race. How would you talk about that strategy approach for a lot of these teams here, and how you would approach a team event to make sure you stay up to date with everything team-wise around this racetrack?
When I've run enduros in the past, I like to kind of manage the splits. That's a key thing, making sure no one's too tired. Trying to match drivers to time zones was a really big one. Times when they would want to drive. 2-hour stints seem to be the go-to here for a lot of teams, but we might see teams go even longer, 4-6 hours on a run here, depending on how their drivers are feeling. It really all just does come down to the team's decisions and what the drivers are willing to do behind the wheel of these cars. You know, a driver might say he's ready for a 4-hour split, but if his lap times fall off in the back half of it, he might not be ready for that 4-hour split. You're watching the 334 Arctic Sim Racing car running 11th in class as he gets passed up the inside there.
Arctic Sim Racing amongst those making some moves here amongst the front runners, currently running in 11th overall in the race and in the GTPs as they go. And the main thing to consider here too, you have had a couple drivers have incidents. Tupai Racing team just entered the pit lane within the past 40 seconds or so in the 00. Maple Freedom had a 5-minute and 30-second repair. Outside of that, you take a look at LP2 and how things are going up front for them. 2-car breakaway in their class. Blue Chew we mentioned up front with the America's entry. And then you have Intensifying, who is next in the order in the 48 machine, keeping within distance and keeping some draft as they've broken away 2+ seconds.
Adam Michaelchenko has been fast in that 48 Inter Sigma Pole car right now. He hasn't been able to get that move done on the Blue Chew car right now as they head down the Mulsanne Straight. He'll try to get a little bit of a draft here, following in the wake of that lead car. See if the 48 can maybe pull alongside, but he's just not close enough here. Heading down to the end of the Mulsanne Straight. He's going to need to be a little closer, have some good runs through these corners, through this chicane especially, if he wants to be able to make the move.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can make the move all you want, but it's also going to be more fuel burn if you lead in this group. So there is that stop process in all of this, but also making sure you don't cost yourself time to let an entire choo-choo train of LP2s rejoin you and you'll lose your advantage. So there's so much give and take when it comes to this. There's so much thought in terms of the approach of this race. You see them just continue to dictate the pace here early. It's going to be important as well for these teams to think about how well they can just make sure they manage the track. This is the type of racetrack where you have to prioritize the setup for high-speed sections here that can impact your low-speed corners.
Yeah, and you'll see that kind of through the night, and especially in the rain. These drivers are going to have more issues in the low-speed corners than they are in the high-speed ones. When we've seen accidents here early in this race, they've come in those slow chicanes, drivers struggling under braking, and not the battles up front. Here's Danny Neo in the Malik Racing Esports car, trying to get around that car for second there. That 79 car working on him in a bit of a 3-car tandem at the minute in this battle. We'll see what Neo can do.
Dion Knight's Racing has already pulled away a little bit up in front. That's why we're seeing a bit of separation from the first pack up to this grouping here. You see that separation of 2 seconds already amongst them. Neo is amongst the teams just trying to shuffle here. Remember, third split competition. You know how many drivers are entered into this year's event, by the way? There were more than 1,400 people in the drivers' meeting this morning alone. That's how many team members are having to negotiate around this racetrack here today.
That is an impressive number, but the Majors 24 is such a big event, so to be expected here this year. I believe we have 13 splits in total, all full, with drivers trying to grab the crown here at Le Mans. This is just the first 15 minutes. They've got 23 minutes or 23 hours, and 45 minutes left to go after this. So It's a long one for these drivers, and just because you've performed well early does not mean anything about the rest of this race.
Exactly here. There's so much to think about when it comes to all this. In terms of the different negotiations, a lot of these organizations are going to have to make as well throughout this event. Look at some of the chatter from some of the various different teams as well. A lot of the focus has been just trying to have fun, be able to stay in the pace, go from there. You're taking a look at Team Loose and Spurwing. Right now, lined up astern in their respective packs, just trying to find a way to slipstream.
Yeah, the absolute last thing you want to do is have a big accident here in the first 15 minutes, because that means you'll use your faster pair, and then you've got to run 23 hours and 47 minutes perfectly clean. If you get in an accident, even if it's not your fault, you don't have that faster pair, you might be done for the day, or at the very least your chances of winning are going to be done for the day. So that's always something you have to manage behind the wheel of these cars in a race this long. They do have that one faster pair, so that's new for this year. Last year, you would have just been in trouble if you got in a wreck here in the early stages of this race, but these drivers are going to get a chance here to use that faster pair, get back out on track if they do take some major damage.
Prodigy Sim Sport was amongst the teams that already have picked up repairs that in these front-running classes for GTP had track position early, but picked up nose damage, who appeared to have taken the faster pair 4.4 seconds in the pit box. It's not a lot of time this early on, so some teams already biting the bullet here. Team Lotus and Spurwing amongst the teams that, as a group, does run a fair bit of endurance racing if you look in terms of the internet history. So they do run endurance groupings as an organization amongst teams that group together and work together as a unit to find speed and to be able to coordinate for these types of events. And it's just not an easy type of event to coordinate as an organization. You have to manage so many drivers and so much time to be able to make sure you're able to work forward as an organization in these races.
It's a big loose moment there for Club up in front of him as Hope continues to try and hound that 499 car, excuse me. Oh, and there he goes. Club is around through that chicane. We mentioned the low speed corners were going to be an issue here early on in this one. There you go. The 499 racing car of Michael Club is around from 12th. He'll drop down to 16th.
That's a second spin this race already. Nearly had another bit of contact as a result of that situation. Lucky to hold on there without any collisions or anything to worry about, as there's so many marbles already kicked up in that part of the racetrack right now. How many slides have taken place in the Dunlop chicane so far? Take it back with Michelchenko once again in the 48 machine. Still keeping things close in second in their respective class to keep things lined up. Try and figure things out in the LMP2s.
This battle's been going on for a while. I don't think that 48 car is going to be too desperate to make a move here. He's got a lot of time. He's got his whole stint to work his way up to the lead of the LMP2, so he's not going to be forcing a move here into one of these corners. I think Michael Shenko's best play is to be patient, wait for this race to come to him.
That's kind of the point of endurance racing though, right? It's not a marathon, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. You have to pace yourself. If you burn up your stuff too early, or better yet, burn your drivers out too early, you're going to be in trouble later on. So it's about doing exactly that, you would have to think here, Sky.
Absolutely. I mean, these drivers have got to really manage this race. That Blue Chew car up front has done a great job of managing this race so far, continuing to hold that lead. But the 48 just has not gotten away from him at the moment, and this battle stays tight.
All this is getting where Orbit still holds on. This GTP, I should say, that we're looking at right now. Or still a big mix about the scoring part of me there. This Orbit Bear separation from the LMP2's battle for second that we just seen there. Blue Chew Not going to mention in terms of the context of the sponsor for it's an interesting product, but the team itself does run some good events. Whenever they perform, they seem to be able to rise to the occasion.
That they do. They're a very good team, and I mean they're a pretty good team right now, holding on to the lead here, starting up front and doing a great job to manage the early stages of this race. We saw on that last graphic, though, it was a 1 minute gap already between the leaders of GTP and the leaders of LMP2. That gap is going to be even greater for some of the cars further back in the field, and even greater for your GT3 cars. So only about 18 minutes in this race, but by the end of the hour, we'll be seeing lap traffic play a factor for both your leaders of GTP and Brody Gardner, currently out front in this LMP2 class.
Gardner handling things very efficiently right now. We've seen them perform in this event in the past, the Majors 24, and do so in good fashion. So we'll see if they're able to withhold any issues throughout the race. Right now, the next group has Lumen Motorsport leading the way, Spin and Toe nearly on pace in the next grouping with Logistical Nightmare. So small groupings of 2 already. Not even 20 minutes in LP2 so far.
I have 2 favorite team names in this race, and they're both in the LMP2 class. Logistical Nightmare Racing is one of them. The other one that caught me off guard when I was trying to read it out during the lineup is Team Radline. That's one of my favorites already.
Yeah, trying to make the punt, so to speak, on Team Redline, which is one of the top organizations in all of sim racing at this point. I mean, why not say, hey, you're Red Line, we're Rad Line. We're rad to the bone. We're rad to the line. Or something along those lines. The amount of cringe coming on the screen is high. But you can see where the pun was relied upon for them.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites. That almost made me laugh while I was reading the grid, so I appreciate them for that one. That 000 of Brody Gardner still leading this LMP2 class, and he's starting to get a little more of a gap to the Inter Sigma pole car, running 1 spot behind him at the moment.
Yep. Let's take a look at some of the battles at GTP once again. It's for about P10. See right now, Walter Mendez up front, IPM Gold up 10 so far. One of the Sim Race Sweden cars with Justin Vanderlinden has gone the wrong way though. Already a -6, which was a part of the early chaos.
Yeah, you gotta lock it down. Can't get in one of these early accidents, and Mendez is gonna look to recover in that 690 IPM Gold machine, get himself further up the field, side by side here for position.
Looking to showcase why the other Sim Race Sweden's car is still up front. Not a passing opportunity though through Indianapolis. Have to back up as they head up to Arnage, or you can run through the dirt and open up the door on the outside. Opportunity high side, able to make it slip on by, and that shows just the raw pace of Sim Race Sweden today.
Sim Race Sweden Esports got some speed in that 217 car for Justin Vanderlinden, making his way up through the field early on in class here. We're just past 20 minutes to go in the race. We'll see if he can climb up to 8th.
Sim Race Sweden, by the way, their main branch is basically an esports store that basically sells sim racing equipment. Quite simply as that. They're sponsored by the organization Sim Race Sweden and have the team itself that it runs. 3 different organizations entered. Team Yellow ended up all the way down in split 6 for their grouping for this event. They're running about 3 drivers in the blue car. The purple car will have 4 drivers for this event this year. They did run with the purple and the yellow up at about the top 10. The Nürburgring 24 in the respective splits too. So they do have some good consistency amongst their groups in the purple and yellow cars to be able to compete today.
Yeah, and 3 drivers for an Enduro is not a lot. You're going to see a lot of these teams likely have 4 or more drivers running these stints. You want fresh legs in for as much of this race as you can. Having 4 or even 5 drivers, we'll see from some of these teams, kind of helps your chances of that more than if you only had 2 or 3 cars in the field. It's doable with a smaller number, but it will be a lot harder on you all as drivers trying to get to the finish.
And mind you, they have in the air car that's up in second, Jesper Eriksson, who already picked up the World Championship in Svenska iRacing Lagen. Picking up the Swedish Race Championship. Battle for P2 GT3 once again checking in on this group. Kronos Gold still holds on in front, brought to you by NWS Racing. However, they have Walk Racing Esport that keeps on hounding them. Also the Draft is Fury Sport Green. They also have one of the drivers that picked up repairs already in GTP, Maple Freedom, breaking up the pack a little bit. Going to be zooming on by here in a second.
Yeah, that Maple Freedom car is going to use this straight as an opportunity to use that extra horsepower and blow straight around these GT3 cars. That's the power of having that GTP with the extra horsepower. Kronos Gold Machine continues to hold on to second place right now in that 121.
And of course, this style of car, a lot more different compared to, say, the GTP or the LMP2 in terms of the handling and for the pit strategy. A lot of these teams are going to have to make sure they get the setups dialed in for these cars. They have a lot more articulation on how you have to approach these cars.
That they do. We're heading up to 25 minutes left in the race here. Neo continues to do a good job of holding on to that 3rd position. You're seeing these cars kind of almost ducking into the pit lane here down the front straightaway, doing anything they can to try to get more grip into these cars and to try to get better corner entry here. Just that little bit of extra wide running can give you a better line, can give you more grip. You're seeing some of these teams take advantage of that here in the early stage of this race. The battle's still moving for 4th. Flo Boston continues to hold it, and I think you made the joke earlier, but Walk Racing still trying to run their way through the field.
And so far, they've been able to pick up a couple spots so far overall in this event. But Kronos Gold, WS Racing, continue to look steady out front in terms of this pack. So, it's going to be interesting over the course of this run here, though, how these cars handle the track in terms of the grip levels, in terms of how they drive. There's a lot of potential of undulation in a couple of braking zones here where you're going to have to get the braking board just right. There's a lot of chances for mistakes, but also a lot of chance to gain time. You're seeing that right now with the purple machine. If you're able to time the multi-end chicanes up right, you're able to gain a lot of ground.
That you are the multi-stand straight. It almost serves as a little bit of a break for these drivers because you've got about 20 or seconds or so where you can just run straight down the road. You don't have to worry about some of the more technical sections of this racetrack. Once you get down the straight, you're into the portion, the Corvette curves, excuse me. You're really having to work the wheel almost all the time. So the multi-stand straight is an opportunity to breathe, to kind of reset yourself in the car before you come up to Indianapolis and Arnage and it all gets crazy again.
Yes, and for these drivers, it's also about seeing where they can set things up. There's still a lot of time to work with on the clock, obviously, so halfway through the strategy. But also, as we've talked about a little bit, the further back of the train, the more fuel saving you can go with. It's a lot of half throttle you have to think down these straights where the draft allows you to sip the gas in the car.
Yeah, especially when you're tucked in behind another car, there will be some fuel saving going on down this straight. You have to fuel save a lot to get it an extra lap, though. You can't just decide to fuel save one lap. You have to be on it lap after lap if you want to actually gain that position. That 78 car was tucked right up on the back of that Kronos Gold machine as they headed through that set of corners, but he wasn't able to make the move. Still under threat from that 27 car behind. The 3-car tandem continues. We'll see who's first to blink and make the pass.
I don't think that's easier. That's not quite as simple as let's make the pass, though, as we talked about. It's the type of race where you want to be in the pack and maybe set up your rest of your teammates to be able to make the passes as the day goes on and as the evening goes on in terms of your strategy.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to make the passes now. You do have a lot of time to get it done here early on in this race. Making our way through about the first 30 minutes now. I mean, we got 2 hours left here just in this opening, since 6 in the first initial bit of this race on Maconi Entertainment. As you're seeing some GTP cars pull some moves to get around these GT3 cars. They're almost off track there.
It's time for the first layer of these cars to go on through. You know what that means? Lots of traffic management coming up. Already 3 seconds picked up by Orbit Drop. When it comes to working their way through the traffic, GTP is going to have to rush their way through this layer of traffic. Going to be a big time difference in terms of speed for a lot of the GTPs now to make sure there's no incidents. And usually that sparks chaos.
Yep, the lap cars have begun. The GTPs were about 24 seconds faster in qualifying now. So you've got the lap traffic playing factor. Every GTP car except for one, and now I believe that one as well, has gone a lap down here in this race, just shy of 30 minutes. So at this rate, it's looking like about every 25, 30 minutes or so, those GTP cars are going to have to get around the GT3s, and that's not to mention the LMP2s, who are about halfway throughout down the racetrack as well. It's going to be even harder for the 7 of Fastlane Academy and the 069 of Maple Freedom Racing, because they're going to have to work back up through the entire LMP2 field just to get back to the GTP class.
So much in terms of navigation now for a lot of these teams. Still keeping an eye on this battle for second for the viewpoints. Such a beautiful racetrack when it comes to scenery in the French countryside. You have to remember, these are public roads outside of the normal festivities around here, to allude a little bit, where basically the reason a lot of these teams are running the middle of the racetrack rather than just sticking to the right or the left, it is a little bit faster with the way the banking of the paving job is done, where you add a little bit extra speed if you run where the inseam is instead of just running left or right. And that's why so many drivers are trying to run where the dotted lines are.
Some more GT3s are kind of trying to join in this fight here. The Fast Repair Motorsports car coming up, but he's busy being passed by Dominique Ford in the 212 Racing prototype back there. Takes a spot in between those two GTPs through the corner, and now he'll use that horsepower to rocket around him down the straightaway. We got a black flag for the 63 machine, that is Dromoji Sim Sports. That car was running 15th in the GTP class. Might be for an incident there.
Might be for one of the protests that might have just gone on through. Believe so. Protests are starting to file on in. After all, there are so far 6 confirmed penalties, and there is already 2 closed protests. That includes drive-through, as you just said, with the team involved. Split 4 already just had a stop and hold 30 seconds. Majors Esports in the first split just picked up a stop and hold for 30 seconds. So a lot of these teams stacking up on penalties, as you see right now. Fury, Simsport, Green try and make sure they keep themselves clean in the traffic management.
Yeah, it's even more dangerous when you are a GT3 car and you're getting blown around by all those faster cars, because they don't really want to wait. They're going to get mad if you hold them up at all through a corner, so they are going to be trying to just bully their way through, and you've just got to hold on for dear life at that point to avoid an incident.
Absolutely, you see some of the shake coming on through. The end sim time already approaching 5 o'clock, mind you. And per the weather radar and sim, no precipitation expected yet. What did you just see?
We just had another crash for that Japoji Sim Sports car, Hayata Asaga. He's already got that black flag, and now he's around out of the corner, contact with the Delta V racing machine in front of him.
See if we can take a gander here. Next moments or so on that incident. So let's see what this looks like. And this looks like it's coming out of the porch curves, coming up the Ford chicane. Oh!
Yeah, that was Kevin Doggo in that Delta V Racing 112 that was the car that went around there. And then Asaga just had nowhere to go behind him. You'll see the in-car here. They were trying to battle through a GT3, and I think he just kind of caught the curb and got loose, and that was the cause of that.
Yeah, that ends up causing another stack of already one penalty going that way today already. See if that brings a second token utilized in that grouping so far. Up front, this is P10. See some shuffling amongst these drivers in the lineup as they try and sort themselves out. One of the closer battles on track, Vesta Sport Purple and IPM Gold.
IPM following that car down the straightaway. That's Walter Mendez behind the wheel of that 690 car, the Portuguese driver. Gonna try to a little bit of a peek up the outside, not happening right there. As he stays tucked in line pretty securely, exiting the chicane.
Vesta Sport Purple, once the organizations that has sim experience on multiple sims. If you look at the search history, also see that organization have some drivers that have raced well in various different Italian series in terms of their runs, as well, making in different car types. IPM, meanwhile, losing some ground to them, so the grouping continues to run very well here. I will say for Vesta Sport Purple, been very efficient. I know they were recently in previous months looking for spotters and engineers to join the organization to try and add to the ranks in terms of who is a part of this group.
That they are, Mendez continues to hound Zakari there in that Vesta Sport Purple car for position, looking to the outside of this battle. One thing I always love about these Majors 24 races and these Enduro races in particular is that it really brings together so many different countries, so many different drivers. Just going down the entry list here of the drivers that are currently behind the wheels of the cars. We've got Australia, Belgium, Czechia, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Denmark, France, Germany, Hungary, Italy, Jamaica, Japan, the Netherlands, New Zealand, Poland, Portugal, Puerto Rico, Spain, Sweden, Thailand, Ukraine, the UK, the US, and Yemen. There is so much diversity in this field tonight, and you're seeing it here as the Portuguese driver battles the Japanese one.
See how much wheel input has to be put on through around this racetrack. It's so intriguing in terms of the art form and how you approach this here too. How things are looking right now. It takes a lot of precision, it takes a lot of practice just to be able to get things done here. Not a great run for IPM going out of the corner through Dunlop. But if you do this, it's all about the preparation for weeks on end to make sure things go right in this race.
It is for sure. You gotta prepare if you're gonna do well in a 24-hour. You can't just show up and try to make laps, or else you will have a moment and you will probably end up in the wall pretty hard here. Ask me how I know. That Blue True America car has pulled out a 2-second gap to enter Sigma Pole behind, and then 6 seconds to Lumen Motorsports Flux back there in that 14 car. This is the battle between CRF and Lumen. Tomboy's going to get that spot there for 12th, and he'll hold it off the corner.
Good pass by Lucas Ricard. Able to make the move on that pass. 19 seconds to the next cushion already after all the chaos in the early going. See the battle box in the right-hand corner of your screen. As it looks like the draft going to allow a chance to the outside. CRF Motorsports not giving up easily. Despite it being a lengthy race, they're near the edge of their pit window coming up here, and they don't want to give up track position. They want the position.
No, they don't. And Ricard, is still trying to hold on to that car as he is being hounded by Tomboy. Tomboy's got the lead now, and he'll have the inside line down into this corner. We'll see if Ricard can try to mount a charge here coming up over the next few turns.
Pit window is open, by the way, for LMP2. If you notice on the pylon, a wave of drivers just came down the pit lane, including Bellucci, Lumen Motorsport, Logistical Nightmare, Wannabe, and many others. The estimated windows just came on through. LMP2, interestingly enough, is the shortest of those at 10-11 laps. GT3 is 11 to 12 laps. GTP 12 to 13. In terms of those fuel numbers, mind you, the GTPs are already completing their 11th laps of the race. It was only up to lap 10 for just about the entire LMP2 field on mileage to start the race.
And now we're seeing some of your leaders come in. Sim Race Sweden Esports makes that move down pit road here from second in the GTP class, and they will be joined by a couple other cars in that field here before too long. We'll see who's bringing it down. It looks like Barton Haggis Racing, Josh Mitchell, also into the pits back there, running 5th in that GTP class. Those are the only two in at the moment. Everybody else still staying out. Early pit stops for the 80 and the 43.
Interesting for the 80s, since they were amongst those keeping up with the leader, saving a little bit of fuel, and then lost some ground a little bit. Wonder if they were pushing a little bit in terms of trying to manage things. GTP's also have a bit of a hybrid system that also is a factor in terms of how you're able to save them. So the energy, P7 on screen coming up. Simray Sweden and the 217 trying to close up with Delta V Racing right now. So pretty clear, next time by we should see a flurry of activity in about 3.5 minutes for GTP.
Expect to see that as well. You've got to pit when you can here because the lap times are 3.5 minutes. If you run out of fuel on the back straightaway, you are going to be in trouble. You're going to have to tow it all the way back around, and that can take about 5 or 6 minutes, put you a lap down and completely out of contention.
See right now how things look for the battle right now on screen. And so many organizations getting into work so far on this race, making sure that they stay dialed in. Right now, Delta V amongst the organizations that runs a fair bit in the league scene in these types of races, usually does very well as an organization, usually, and some of the major ones outside the majors, 24 contenders amongst the top 20 or so. Today, just keep it out in 6th. They're 3 seconds back of Aero Connects, who went a +8, Delta V up +14 this race.
A good run for some of these cars, even just in the GTP field. You've got Team Unknown is up 8, looking a little further back at the moment. Most of the LMP2s are in a pretty similar spot to where they started. They didn't have that same chaos that they did early. Nearly on pace and Spin and Tow were both up a couple spots, but they are in the pits right now for service. The kind of shakeup of the field has really only affected GTP. That was where a lot of the mayhem was early on. We've seen that so far as the running order is just all over the place for a lot of these cars.
Why don't you talking about Delta V a little bit? This is a home race for them, French speaking, that competes at national and international levels as they describe. Run since 2021 with 30+ drivers a part of their rosters. Here in the French countryside, it was quite clear, trying to make sure the fighter fight soared, and they found their way quickly through this running order. Lots of excitement within the organization once again for this race this weekend. As they said in the past, we always show up for the highest level of the Majors 24 year after year. More pit stops on screen. LP2 still completing some service here. Impact Sim Sport Event still is completing service now.
They'll come down. There's a couple others leaving the pits behind them. That's Nomad 562, Push Rod Beast Racing. And it looks like one car, that is Orbit Drop Black Bear Venus, your race leader, has come into the pits behind him for Sam Blacklock in that 305 car. The LMP2s are all back out, but now the pit lane is full of GTPs. Jared Pennon in the Team Unknown car is in. Dominique Ford in the 212 car. Peter Sigdar in the RD Simsport car. Simray Sweden car is in. Aerokinetics is in. This is about half of the field here, and everyone is coming behind them. Delta V, Vestasport, IPM, Lumen, CRF. The whole GTP field is down. They can make it 13 laps on fuel in those GTP cars. That's what we're seeing here as the whole field has come down. We'll see where Simray Sweden Purple works out in relation. Jesper Eriksson behind the wheel of that car. He's going to get around a lot of the cars who are in the pits there, and that 80 machine will head back out in second, but it's Sam Blacklock in the Orbit Drop Bear Venus 305 still holding the lead at the moment. You've got Team Unknown coming out in third. Josh Mitchell in the Tartan Haggis Racing entry. In fourth, Dominique Ford in 212 rounds out your top 5 in GTP at the minute.
So all sorts of sorting out in terms of the strategization now for these teams as they finish up their service. Right now the lead 10 seconds. Orbit Drop Bear has picked up a big advantage in their Venus car, however you want to pronounce car, up in front of the field where they've led much of the way. Now, I think it is Venus, I should rather say. It's just a different way of seeing the spelling, where they've named all their cars for this event after planets. Mercury, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, Saturn are the different ways they named the cars for this weekend's race festivities. They've raced in the Nürburgring 24 in a similar lineup as well. They've also got some drivers that have raced in open wheels, so a couple different ways to approach things, but the planetarial approach for their team naming structure this weekend.
So a little spread out in this GTP field at the moment. Your GT3 is still going at it a little further back in the pack. Got some battles trying to form a little bit further back in the field as everyone is kind of in a big line right now. The GTP is trying to dice their way through. The 10 Leopard Esports car, driven by College Edge right now in 9th in class, and we're going to have a battle back here for that position as well. Carter Hutchinson trying to make his way up. Sanguini in the STK team. A lot of cars battling for position here in this GT3 class. That's where we got the closest battles on track.
See, these battles just take their natural progression is all you can really say right now. With the strategization, you see a lot of these separations build up over the course of a run after all in this race. Should be worth noting one of the teams currently in the top 5, a 2-Pipe Racing team, came down in the early going for repairs, spent 22 seconds in the pit lane already. So the 00 should cycle back down towards the rear end of the grouping in a few moments or so. So there is going to be an offset for Hector Alvarez in their respective car in this run. There's a look at it right there.
It's about a 5-car run now in GT3 from Luis Moreno in the Grow Racing team entry back to Carter Hutcherson in the Red Panda Racing car. Then it's a little bit of a gap, and you've got another 3-car lead. Akira Iwata in the Orion Racing Team 445, and he's leading a pack of about roundabouts back to Vavrowski there in that GT3. Tight battles all through that field.
And it looks like we've got a black flag for Delta V that just came over the system. So an air black flag, that's going to, looking for the exact answer involving that as soon as we can here, but they have been running top 10 here in this fight.
Yeah, potentially a protest submitted there. We will see what the issue was for that Delta V racing car. They had gone from 20th up to 10th here in the early stages of this race. We're making a good run with Kevin Chalon behind the wheel. And now that Sim Race Sweden blue car of Justin Vanderlinden is going to try to move through for 10th, and he will move through for 10th once that Delta V racing car does make the turn down pit road. It's an 8-second gap from him to Aerokinetics, 1 spot up the road, and about 7 back to Team Loose X Spurwing, running in that 52 car in 12th.
Can't confirm the penalty. Originally was labeled as split 6 on the website, but it is split 3. Remember the car we just looked at, the 00? Well, when there was avoidable contact at the start of the race, that's who ended up having contact with them, giving them the damage. And they have a 30-second stop and hold awaiting for them in the pit lane. So they'll have to spend some time back in the box here after the use of the protest token.
Not ideal there. That is going to be a big setback for those cars. It's even worse than the one that Drapoji Sim Sports got a little earlier in split. They took a drive-through penalty on that car. Delta V getting a 30-second stop and hold, which is going to be devastating for them right now.
Still, look away from this grouping while we can here. Let's see. Stock GT3. Right now, there's that train that's formed up involving Grow Racing Team TMR Endurance, should say. Leopard Esports, STK E-Racing Team, amongst those all scattered about here in this choo-choo train. And all of these cars are essentially draft locked right now in the early going of this race. It's so difficult to break out of the draft train once you get locked in like this.
It can be, especially when you're on the big bull sand straight. Everybody's getting a tow from everybody else. They do have that Delta V car, Delta V 112, trying to dice their way back up through the field. This is the one that did not get the penalty. Kevin Dodjo behind the wheel of that machine at the moment, getting around Luis Marinho of the Grow Racing Team entry. This is such a big train. It stretches back about 8 cars here in this GT3 package, and we've now got another GTP trying to charge through. It's Hayata Asaga in the Drapoji Sim Sports car. That car had a penalty earlier, flashing those headlights as he tries to get back through the field.
Able to get through, no issue, as the Portuguese team for GRT remains the main focus point in this pack. Plenty of drivers part of the organization, more than 15 of them, in fact, on iRacing. Also take part in competition in a couple other sims also, just their organizational spread. All this, you see them with the intervals compared to the race leader for their class. Right now, the separation amongst these drivers already 14 seconds back, just on the raw pace so far. So we take a look back a little bit with GTMR Endurance. They slipped back a little bit in line.
He's still running here. That Leopard Esports car was doing a lot, trying to make a move. He almost was able to get around Marinho as well, but in the end was only able to take Ardo and gonna try a little look at the inside. Not happening there. He needs to be close enough if he's gonna send one down into the front stretch chicane. And he will come into the pits, so pit stops beginning for the GT3s. GTMR will come in. Red Panda will follow them in. That car driven by Hutcherson, and the Orion race team Akira Iwata car will also make the move into the pit lane. Looks like Janik Hankey will join them. Chiro in the Delta V number 2, Christopher Ireland in the DPR car, Menderes in Coupe de Motorsports, IFR 718, Tarums in the Adrenaline Motorsports Bravo car, all in as well. So is Ashley Collins in the HTS racing car. It's about half the GT3 field.
Yeah, and this is pretty significant for some of these teams here. We talked about the potential if you save a bit of fuel to maybe get towards the hour mark. Looking like for the BOP and with how things are going, we're going to have more than 23 pit stops here. We might have some of these teams be very tight on fuel at the very end of this one versus Splash Dash for the final 30 minutes or so.
We'll see that right now, but 53 minutes is what it took for those GT3s to come down. And the cars that did stay out, Fury Sim Sport, Fast Repair Motorsport, who do still have their fast repair, in fact. Grow Racing Team, Lightbird Esports. Looks like everybody about 9th, 10th, 11th on up here is still yet to pit. Let's get the exact number on how many cars came down. Neon Knights Racing 808 is the first car out of the pit lane there in 10th. Maniti Racing Purple, currently driven by Stefan Kurzman, is the last car who has not pit there in 9th.
So a few different drivers already completing service as mentioned. Looks like a bit of a close-up though. See some pressure right now to the inside on car on screen. 26 machine. Alonso's trying to make some moves now. This is DPR Racing. Having some attack now from Coupe de Motorsports. Oh, 3 wide up the straightaway.
Always dangerous when you're a GTP car trying to move through those slower cars. 3 wide can get a little bit scary down through there, but we all make it work okay in that battle for position. And I think we are going to have some LMP2 cars potentially in the pits here. Actually, this is some GTPs in the pits. The 334 Arctic Sim Racing machine, driven by Teus Bargers, is into the pits. And it looks like a couple other cars behind him. Maple Freedom, Alexander Oppenheim also in. So is the Delta V113. Some more pit stops coming for that GTP class, and I think it's some of the cars who have already had to come down due to various incidents at some point in the race.
Yeah, no Maple Freedom Racing, I should rather say. Currently is Alonso's back of the lane for 5 minutes of service already. They've pit twice this race and have now fallen down the podium dramatically and down the pylon in general. Still, all of them setting up for the top of the hour already here. And the major thing is going to be for a lot of these teams, making sure they get things right for the end of this one. Mind you, the LMP2s have already pit 4 or 5 laps ago for most of the teams. GTP, once again, pit 3 laps ago on the run. All the GT3s in the middle of their window. So much in terms of strategization coming up here that it's going to be about trying to make sure your spreadsheet's up to date, making sure everything is aficionado in terms of how you have your navigation on this strategy now.
As we approach the 1 hour mark of this race, these drivers have started to get a little more settled in here, seeing less accidents, less spins, and more kind of calm racing at the moment. Closest battle on track is back in the GT3 class, as we see more pit stops here for the cars that have stayed out in that class. STK, MRRS Sapphire into the pits along with Composite Performance, and also it looks like the 7 Fastlane Academy car. That is in a GTP class, but it is also in the pits here as well. We'll see if everybody comes down. Yes, everybody who was not already in the pits will make that turn down pit road here for a 40-second pit stop. Fill it with fuel, get some tires in it, and when we cycle back around, your GT3 leader will go back to being, it looks like the 808 of Neon Knights Racing. Let's see here. Actually, for now, Fury Simsport is going to hold that lead out front. That is that 35 car. Yes, he will. So, Fury Simsport, new leader in GT3 after that pit cycle, but Harley Smith of Neon Knights Racing is right on his tail at the moment.
Great cycle ahead. Let's see how things fare out. So, all sorts of battling out here as this field now rumbles its way through. Once again, as we reach the top of the hour after the first pit cycle, Orbit Drop Bear Venus currently leads up in front for GTP. Blue Chew currently leads their pack right now in LMP2. Neon Knights just took the lead right on back from Fury Simsport down the Mohsen straight. As you see swerving and weaving amongst them already, trying to set something up here. So we'll take a quick step away for a moment here. Currently approaching the 1 hour mark exact here at Maconi Entertainment as we continue the fights here from France.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need, Maconi.
With the launch of Maconi Entertainment and Maconi Competizone alongside Maconi Setup Shop, we now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, broadcasting, and event organization.
With cars across all 4 license classes, we have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, anybody got a setup? Well, this is him. This is Adam. Hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing series. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he's covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back once again to Circuit de la Sarthe as Neon Knights Racing leads their respective class now, starting to build up some buffer in GT3 after seeing some of the battling develop down the Volstead straight. Still seeing a parade of cars though, ready to deal with some traffic on the racetrack. It's going to make things interesting. As said, weather expected to be a factor pretty soon for a lot of these teams. As they work their way 3 wide down the straightaway, here's the updated forecast. Goes from sunny straight into rainy in the next couple hours here. It's going to make things very tricky for about an hour or two on the racetrack.
Back in that GT3 class, Neon Knights Racing in the 808, driven by Harley Smith, has taken that lead away from the Fury Sim Sport car in that 27 car, currently driven by Asavanon. Neon Knights Racing back in the lead after the pit cycle, joining our class leaders of Orbit, Drop Bear, Venus, who have a 6-second gap in the front of GTP, but that gap has been shrinking. Simrace Sweden Esports Purple has slowly gained, and they have gotten that gap down under 6 seconds, where at one point it was over 10 seconds. Meanwhile, in LMP2, it is a 4-second lead for the 000 of Brody Gardner. Brody Gardner driving for that Blue Chew America's car by 4 seconds over Adam Mikulchenko in the Inter Sigma pole machine.
Just trying to navigate. This is Battle P3 GTP coming up. It's a Hornet's Nest. This is, as we expected, the run to Indianapolis right now for some of these drivers. Going to be important to make sure to keep things clean here. Right now, Tarnan Hagas Racing is third. Team Unknown 404 is currently running in the 4th position in this pack.
And the battle for the GT3 lead continues to rage. Fury Sim Sport, driven by Asavanon, has gotten right back around Harley Smith in that 808, so the 27 will go back to being your GT3 class leader. Good battle for 35th and 36th overall. First and second in the GT3 class. Walk Racing Esports slowly gaining on that battle, driven by Matt Loveridge, now behind the wheel of that 79. And he has gotten that car third in class, taking over for Danny Neo, trying to move up through the field.
A lot of opportunities right now to make some moves. Still early going to set things up for the long term for a lot of these teams. This battle amongst these two still staying close as well. How about some side by side? Able to get on through the traffic. No issue as that separated out the packs here. Tarnan Hagas Racing, Team Unknown, and 212 Racing. All staying close together now in this pack. 212 Racing, 212 with Dominic Ford. Trying to make his way through the traffic, no issue. Has picked up some draft here. And Dominic Ford just trying to make sure, close up a little bit because he got a 7-second buffer for the next pack. It's still a couple cars separating them to be able to get up to Team Unknown.
That Team Unknown car currently driven by Danila Sharapinin. Switch there. Alexei Shelebanov was in the car before. He's gotten out. We got a new driver in that 404 machine. So some driver changes underway already for some of these cars here, especially towards the front of the field. Looking kind of through the field here, looks like Variant Sim Sports has sent Van Herwijnen in for Janik Hankey in that 39 car. Another driver change for MRRS Racing Sapphire in the GT3 class. Rombouts is out. Shafstra is in that 70 car. Obviously, Walk Racing has made the change there as well. Luke Lund in the DPR 632 for Chris Ireland. Neon Knights Racing also made a sub. Harley Smith is in that battle for the lead, taking over for Didier Brommel in the 808 car. Nearly on pace has put Schmidberger in for Mikhail Sundstrom, and Fast Repair Motorsport switching to Jorge Sanchez Gonzalez for Abel Salon, who's in that 99 car, or 999 car, excuse me.
Interesting that there's so many driver swaps though. We're only an hour of the way. Normally you don't see the driver swaps until 2 to 3 hours in here, Sky.
No, you don't, but we're seeing teams make these switches 1 hour and kind of, if you watch baseball, kind of like having an opener. Instead of sending your starting pitcher in, you send in maybe a reliever get 2 great innings of work out of him, and then you send in one of your main drivers here for the next couple hours of the stint. I think we might see some teams trying that at the moment.
See the stint breakdown. It's pretty straightforward right now. It's a straight line with a couple spots on it. Right now, these drivers are about midway through the run on their current scheduled stints. They've all separated by more than a second, all the cars around them as we go. Interesting enough, T12 Racing did try and recruit drivers recently for this year's running. They picked up a Majors 24 win last year in GTP. They've also got some experience in the Daytona 24 in their splits, as well as the Fuji 8 hours. So this is a group that looks to be competitive in these races and has been looking to bring the boom here today.
5 big booms for Dominic Ford, driving 5th in that car at the moment. Still looking behind Team Unknown and Sheriff Hennon, but he is gaining time on that battle. 1.3 seconds, your gap between 4th and 5th, as Orbit Drop Bear Venus has kind of pulled away up front. We mentioned that the gap from 1st to 2nd was down to 6 seconds, but Blacklock in his second stint is putting a hurt on Jesper Eriksson, and the gap has gone back up to 10 seconds now. So great run for those GTP cars at the moment. A little further back in the field, Fury Sim Sport Green, driven by Asavanon, is still holding on to that lead in GT3, but we've got battles throughout the field. GTMR Endurance is going to have the closest one. They have been behind Leipert Esports for what feels like the entire race, trying to make a pass. Ardoin still behind the wheel of that 51 car.
Blacklock, mind you, top talent. He's had experience from years ago when he was with Altus Esports. Now with this organization also. Takes a lot of screenshots on social media. Is very photographic when it comes to his designs. Also designs logos, liveries, graphics, posters, designs in general. So a very multifaceted person that's driving this car, but it's also important to mention, Altus one of the top teams on the sim, that some would argue in terms of speed. So you have someone that's got a lot of talent in the first place that really elevates an organization like Orbit Drop Bear in general, you'd have to argue, with the experience he's got for the New Zealander.
Yeah, we might want to cut back to about 41st, 42nd in the field in total. It's about 7th or 8th in this GT3 class. We're side by side. Oh, we were. Hutcherson had a big moment out of the corner in that red Panda machine. Almost spun it out back there in 31st. Still trying to make that pass happen on Alex Ardoin. Kolajec up the road in that Leipert Esports car. These battles have been going on for what feels like about half an hour now, and they are still fighting for position back here. Hutcherson tries to find the way around. Not going to get it down into the corner. We got another battle back here in these GT3 cars. That's a move being made. He's a little further up the field in that purple car.
That's Varian making the move on Orion race team. And the interesting is Orion in past years have had top talent in terms of their team. Not having the best of runs so far today, despite the progression forward right now. They also have SDK racing team in the respective pack here. That's the interesting thing with a lot of these organizations here. You're talking about teams that have built established presences in league scenes across iRacing. You also throw someone like Composite Performance that has some of the elite veterans for the major series for years. Trevor Bobrovsky amongst those up in this field that are trying to stay together. A lot of interconnectivity to the major series and MEC in general in this field as well today.
Battle up in LMP2. It is for 6th. Team Radline, driven by John McHutchison, has gotten it on the back there of that Impact Sim Sport car. Wannabe SRT also in this fight from about 6th to 8th here. 3 cars in a line, all tightly wrapped up for position.
So many different trains formed up right now in the GT3s in particular here. That's the interesting thing. You see it with this train right here. It opens up chances to build up draft on screen. Variant trying to make the move on the high side through Indy. One stick. They go wide. They have to reset. And that right now is kind of emphasizes the importance on timing, on trying to make these moves. You have to get it done by a certain point to clear cleanly. And that's now cost them all a little bit of time as a result.
Yep, that is Van Herwisnen in that Variant Sim sports car as Nicholas Nguini in the STK team pulls away. You've got Akira Iwata and Trevor Vavrowski right in line, and it's a big move back behind him for Iwata. Gets that spot done there. He will move up ahead of Vavrowski in that composite performance 77 car. That will promote Akira Iwata and that Orion Racing Team entry to 12th in class, and now you've got that Tripogi Sim Sports car of Hayata Asaga trying to drive up here through the field and get around these lap cars. Same with, looks like that is the Delta V112.
Is able to slip on through into the middle of this grouping, just about with the separation. No major issues for the prototypes. We'll say no crashes with the traffic management here today, not to jinx it yet. We'll see if that ends up building up later. Usually, chaos o'clock usually reigns with the traffic. Today, in Split 3, the traffic's been very cordial.
Yeah, we haven't really had any issues involving lap traffic so far today. It's been clean up there for a lot of those cars so far. Everybody's still on the racetrack, no cars out of the race. Last car running is currently that HTS Racing yellow machine of Ashley Collins, but no DNFs, no fast repairs used even. It's been clean and green for everybody so far as this battle's still going on. Vavrowski now under threat from Iwata again. Iwata in that Orion Race Team car has the spot. Or Vavrowski, excuse me, in that composite performance car has the spot. That was Iwata dropping back one position. Mert Menderes in the Coupe de Motorsports car is starting to get a little closer.
A little bit of slips as well for Variant in this pack as well. Broski, championship contender in the past few years or so in the major series. Just driving his McLaren, and car choice so important when it comes to the manufacturer GT3 with the BOP balance. The McLarens have shown some rapid pace over recent years here with this racetrack. In this class, a majority of the field in Split 3 shows the McLaren interesting enough.
That is interesting here. Car choice can very much play a role into these races with the kind of balance of power here. Clearly drivers thinking that McLaren would be the fastest so far in this race. That Fury Sim Sports car is still leading the way in this GT3 class, and that is a McLaren for that 27. Same with second place Neon Knights Racing, third place Kronos Gold, the first team with a different car is currently back in fourth at the minute in this GT3 class. That is Matt Loveridge in the Walk Racing car. That one is a Mercedes.
Mind you, when it comes to the McLaren in this car, the 720S was originally one of the first customer cars designed and built in-house by McLaren Customer Racing. A McLaren car these days, when it comes to when this machine was originally developed back a few years ago. And it's led to a big expansion of things. You see the track map, by the way. Decent spread for some of the drivers along the front straightaway, as you'll see some of those competitors on that map as we go. But plenty of others spread apart of the racetrack. Some of the spread already upwards of 2-3 laps on the interval out of all the teams. No DNF so far, so all the teams are putting the effort to at least log the laps and see where they settle in. No people parking it, with it being very early, obviously.
No, we're still battling back here in this GT3 class. Battles starting to form all over the racetrack. We've got one up in GTP. Delta V Racing 112. That's Kevin Doggo behind the wheel of that car, has caught up to the CRF machine of Shua Tombwe in that 9 car. They're battling for position, and then not far behind them, Arctic Sim Racing 334 is going at it for position as well. So back half of the GTP field seems to be where the action is at the current moment.
Yeah, right now. Let's take a look at the back of the GTP field that you're referring to. By Racing Team Monsters locked up into a battle. You also have them with Arctic Sim Racing. Arctic Sim Racing is 334. Forced to take the high side. The blue and white. Nice chill blast style paint scheme for them. The Netherlands-based driver behind the wheel with the 334.
Yeah, there we got some cars trying to work their way through some lap traffic here as the battle continues to try to form. That Delta V 112 getting around some lap cars there in pursuit of the CRF machine. You go a little further back in the field. That is the 114 Arctic Sim Racing car, excuse me, the 334 Arctic Sim Racing car. He is working on the 2Pi Racing Team entry of Hector Alvarez back there in that 00 from 15. So 2 good battles back here in this GTP class. We'll see who gets the move done first, the 334 or the 112.
That 334, yeah, mind you, an organization that runs in various different races across the platform in terms of endurance events. Also is amongst those when it comes to things that has drivers with real-world experience part of the organization, as they've talked about over the years. They've also sent drivers to the Swedish version of the Porsche Cup Esports Championships as well as, and also some drivers compete in SRO competition in real-world action in 2024 alone. So a lot of talent once again behind the wheel for Arctic, but so far the luck has not gone their way, and right now they need a lot to happen and a big change in momentum for speed if they want to have a chance to move up to the top 10 here.
That they do, as these cars continue to race around right now in position. It looks like might have some pit stops on the board potentially soon here. Not quite yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see GTP pit stops coming in the next couple laps for a lot of these cars. I want to give a quick shout out to Drapoji Sim Sports. Hayata Asaga has been behind the wheel of that car. Had a drive-through penalty at the very start of this race, got set way back behind even the LMP2 field. Had to drive that thing back through that field, has gotten it back up to 12th in GTP ahead of Delta V, who has now gotten around CRF in that battle for 13th. Good drive for that 63 car.
Not bad at all for them right now. As pit window is open, LMP2s are in. LMP2 leaders are all peeling down to the pit lane for their scheduled service here. See those drivers right now falling down the pylon in terms of some of those drivers in their stops. Already Blue Chews completed their service 42 seconds. Seems to be the average 42.3 for most. Logistical Nightmare pointed with a 42.1. So the window wide open for those in the lead. As the rest of the field gets things shuffled, Inter Signal pole yet to come in for service, spin and tow, yet to come in either when it comes to LMP2.
All those cars still out on the racetrack for a team called Spin and Tow. Doing a great job here today to hold on to a top 3 in that LMP2 class, and I don't think they've had any spins or any tows. In fact, it's been all clean for that 8 car currently driven by Stang behind the wheel of that machine. A little further back, we are going to have on those LMP2s some driver changes. The 14 Lumen Motorsport car, Luke Walsh is out, Alex Kuzens is in the 34 Thomas and Sim Racing machine. Tomas Boldra is out. Vajtek Dvorak is in that 34 car, along with a driver change for your class leader. Blue Chew America's Brody Gardner out of the car. Dan Neese will come in that 000.
So some updates going on in LP2 right now in terms of driver change. There's Dan Neese in particular. After the change in their car. 000 just continue to drive their way right now. 3:45 last time by on the pace when they recorded a lap. So the pace is definitely still there for them right now, flying around the racetrack. And the major thing too for a lot of the other drivers in their class is going to be making sure there's no issues on the pit entry, making sure you're able to execute. There's also pit stops for some of the drivers in GTP in progress right now. Let's take a look. Jesper Eriksson, Alonso's coming in.
Yep, Ericsson's coming in along with Josh Mitchell in that Tartan Haggis racing car. Aerokinetics RD Sim Sport look like they will stay out. We'll see if we got any other takers a little further back in the field, but I imagine once one car comes down, a lot of other cars are going to follow about a lap later here. Not expecting to see too many cars try this like long staying out strategy. Looks like we will have a driver change for that 43 Tartan Haggis car. Josh Mitchell out, Sam Spinale in behind the wheel of that 43. See what he can do. So he can move himself up from 5th in that field.
It's been a good race so far for Eriksson. You see him just waiting in the pit box for the fuel. Off and away, 42.3 seconds, no issues. Mind you, some of these cars recently, especially GT3, did receive updates to some of the tire models here. We've seen so far the difference being made for a few drivers in terms of how the handling is going in their classes so far. It's been about trying to execute on the strategy, but also trying to execute to the way the build of the car is after all this week. Build week last week was interesting to say the very least. Your thoughts on the build week for the iRacing service, especially on the road side, where we've seen some of that car development, that's seen changes to the tire models for GT3, as well as the aerodynamic packages, as well as a change to the minimum vehicle right now being determined by the lowest point of the front split of the right heights after, well, Team Red Light things.
Couple other cars are going to make that driver change. Marco Zaccari is out for the 53 Vesta Sport purple car that was running towards the back half of the GTP field. Filippo Uber going to be in behind the wheel. Nomad 562 in LMP2. That is a top 4, top 5 car in that class. Liam Doyle is out. Jason Dilworth behind the wheel.
So the list of driver changes continuing on. Zigdard, you take a look at right now on screen on the close-up right now. That right now is RD Simsport up 9 so far. RD Simsport doing RD Simsport things. We've seen them be competitive in leagues that come to mind as well. The pinkish purple and black always seems to shine bright with RD Simsport. Here's Sky.
Oh, problems for Nomad 562. I think they have just had to tow back. They kind of left their pit box, stalled out in the middle of the pit lane, and then had to tow back into the box. I'm not sure what the issue was for that 562 car, but I know something went horribly wrong, maybe equipment-wise, for Jason Dilworth, and he had to get reset into the box there. That will cost that team a lot of time. They've spent 2.5 minutes in the pit here, and they're finally leaving the box now, but they have gone to last in LMP2.
Let's see if we can take a look here as more cars come into pit road. A few drivers may have cut some of the pit lane there. So let's see. That's car in pit road. Let's see if, oh, and it looks like they're already parallel parked here. So they're having a fun time in the pit box. Did they just tow?
Yeah, they towed. They got it back out. It wasn't a long tow, luckily for them. It was only like a minute-long one, but they have gone back to last in class.
Not the greatest effort there for Dilworth's team right there in terms of what happened there, but now they look to try and get back on the snide a little bit here after that. Right now, Dilworth just trying to settle back on in.
Battle forming for the lead of GT3. We've got 3 cars up in that one, and it is your kind of typical contenders. The Neon Knights Racing 808 of Harley Smith, Fury Sim Sport Green, Shalem Pornasavenon behind the wheel of that car, Flo Boston behind the wheel of the Kronos Gold 121. All 3 of those cars within about a second of each other at the moment, racing hard for that lead in the GT3 class, which has had seemingly the tightest racing all night, especially at the front of the field. All morning, I should say. It's 9 a.m. here.
In some time in the Eastern, or rather, in-person time of the East Coast, already 10:30. Some of these drivers already raced in the afternoon, a couple of them into the nighttime already. But the way this endurance race goes, so a lot of energy need to be conserved for a lot of these teams here. It's very important for a lot of these teams to pick the right driver for the right time zones here, depending on your driver configuration, roster configuration also now.
Yeah, I mentioned it's 9:30 a.m. where I live. Driver behind the wheel of that Fury Sim Sport car, Asavenon, is from Thailand. So he is driving at 9:30 p.m. behind the wheel of that car. Very different for everybody. Sam Blacklock, the driver who we've seen dominate the race, currently your overall leader, is from New Zealand. It's going to be even later there, 2:34 a.m. right now for Sam Blacklock behind the wheel of that car, and he is still dominating at the minute. We got some more driver changes. Drapoji Sim Sports, after a pretty good stint from Hayata Asaga, he is out for Tomoki Hirose behind the wheel of that car. Lumen Motorsports has made one. Louis Ricard is out for Rasmus Peterson. That is another car running in that GTP class at the minute. Looks like we might have a couple others. IPM Gold, Walter Mendez is out for Roberto Barbeau. That is the 690 GTP. And it looks like CRF has also made one. Najua Tombwe is out for Ben Ford in that GTP.
Let's take a look back at that battle you're talking about for P1 GT3 a little bit here. Harley Smith still driving the walk wheels for Neon Knights up in front. They have ditched Kronos Gold for now in terms of the draft range, but Neon Knights, their Neon car, has been able to pop so far in this race and keep the distance forward in this run. They're a few laps away from the pit window.
That they are, as mentioned, Kronos Gold was right in this fight, but they've dropped it back a little bit. That car wasn't able to keep up behind Flo Boston behind the wheel of that one. So you've got the battle between Harley Smith and Shalemporn Asavenon in that 27 car. These two drivers doing battle right here at the moment, and we're also side by side for 6th in class. You've got the Variant Sim Sports car, or excuse me, 9th in class. Variant Sim Sports is side by side with Liberty Sports. That they will hold that spot pretty easily. And we'll go back to the battle for the lead here between Harley Smith and Shalemporn Asavenon.
And just to add a bit of topic of conversation here, what are your thoughts on neon lights in race cars? Or better yet, neon lights in general?
Well, they're driving the 808, and they've got the 80s vibe going as well. So, kind of like that one. I give it my stamp of approval.
So, in other words, you are pro neon lights, or?
I am pro neon lights.
Gotcha, gotcha. And remember, some of these cars have lighting with neon-like lighting strips or LED strips that are going to help them in the nighttime conditions in terms of the visibility here, because once we get the night, it's going to be down to the headlights to be able to see what the inside of the car looks like here.
Yeah, nighttime will fall pretty rapidly at about 5:45 p.m. right now in Sim. Coming up on 6 p.m. and also coming up on rain. The drivers who are in the cars right now better be rain specialists because they're going to need to be pretty soon here.
Time for our bi-hourly weather forecasts here. Again, remember the weather expected to hit in about an hour and a half's time. Track temperatures below 100 degrees Fahrenheit right now if you look correctly there. So things looking pretty okay in terms of grip levels. Again, keep an eye on those that cloud line starting to build up a little bit over the hillside, but still rumble on for now. There's that weather forecast we were talking about still. Has there been any changes to that since the last time we talked about? Zero. In fact, it's expected to rain more so closer to 6 instant time, less than 20 minutes from now, 25 in fact, than ever. So there is a chance for some big rapid changes here the next little bit, so we hope the virtual fans have some rain ponchos ready to go to be able to put on themselves.
We got some more driver changes going on. I am very sorry to this driver, Oliver Hegstrom Vihezu. If I'm pronouncing that wrong, please DM me and I will correct it immediately. That is in the 899 nearly on pace car, the driver from Sweden taking over from his teammate. That would be, actually, they've gone through 3 drivers now. They started with Mikael Sundstrom. Fabian Schmidberger was recently behind the wheel of that car. Oliver now in the 899.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky name, the Swedish, but so far their team having all the withstanding of all the tricks so far in terms of the daytime. -5 though for the organization on the grid so far. So a lot more to be desired by one of their B licensed drivers at the moment to be able to gain some ground in this race. And what do you say to your drivers when they start to fall back like this and you know you have time, but you also don't want to fall back to a point where you could lose a lap within a few hours here, or rather in the case of some drivers by the halfway point?
Well, it's an interesting situation because, as you mentioned, it is early in the race. So I think we're in the final 10 hours of maybe if we have a driver that is very slow, I'm maybe thinking about mixing up the kind of pace a little bit or mixing up the stints a little bit, trying to get some fresh legs in there for a driver who might be tired this early in the race. I think it's got to let him ride, build some confidence behind the wheel of that car, try to make it up to the front of the field. Battle for GT3 lead still raging. Asavanon still hunting Harley Smith in that 808 car. You see Oliver go through on the outside in that 899 machine. Couple battles brewing in GT3. Grow Racing Team, Luis Marinho is right on the bumper of the Walk Racing Esports car, and they will go side by side for that 4th position in GT3. Oh, and they're blocking a GTP car who's going to have to go through the grass to get around that. Pass made for 4th. Matt Loveridge will drop back. Luis Marinho for Grow Racing is now P4 in class.
So look at what you're referring to here. As you see them right now rumble their way around. And this is the tough thing with a lot of these cases. You're having so much traffic overlap. Your head almost needs to be on a swivel in some parts of this race once you reach that traffic, because for the faster cars it's about get on by. It's a lot of drivers too that end up slamming into GT3s as a result of the speed differential. Today though, everyone's remained cordial. Everyone's been able to get by smoothly here, Scott.
Yeah, and we're seeing some more pit stops open up now with a couple more driver changes. August Johannesson is in the Arctic Sim Racing 334. That is one of the mid-pack cars there in GTP, so he's behind the wheel replacing Mateus Borgers. And Kamuri Kishi will be in the Viper Esports car for Kolejej.
So many changes here when it comes to the drivers right now, keeping very fresh drivers in the lineup. Remember, you have to have a fair share in terms of driver splits Teams must consist of 3 to 8 drivers in terms of the competitors this event, mind you. So it's so important to make sure you get this all situated before you start. After all, the race expectations so far today have been for faster class to make it past in a safe way, for teams to be able to have things sorted for their organizations, and to go from there. So far, the rotation's in full bloom already, coming up to 2 hours. Remember, it's going to focus more so on the driver comms from then on out for the next 4 hours afterwards. So let's take a quick step aside. We come back, more racing action. We're coming up towards the 2 hours complete mark. Split 3 for the Majors 24. Coverage continues on Maconi Entertainment after this.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need: Maconi.
With the launch of Maconi Entertainment and Maconi Competizone alongside Maconi Setup Shop, we now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, broadcasting, and event organization.
With cars across all 4 license classes, we have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need: Maconi.
With the launch of Maconi Entertainment and Maconi Competizone alongside Maconi Setup Shop, we now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, broadcasting, and event organization.
With cars across all 4 license classes, we have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Welcome back, everyone, to Maconi Entertainment. More coverage coming through for the Majors 24 here for Split 3. Take a look at the 222 on screen. That's Aerokinetics. Right now trying to find a close up to these cars. 212 Racing, 212 Racing should say. Tarnahagas Racing. They've swapped spots with Dominic Ford picking up speed to be able to make the pass recently. Last time by a couple 100s quicker than the 43 machine. Dominic Ford trying to pull off and away as quick as possible to be able to make sure there's some distance built up in this battle.
We might have a car dropped out of the race here. Maple Freedom Racing, that 069 GTP, has been in the pits for about 2 or 3 minutes now, it looks like, and they do not have a driver in that car. It is just sitting empty. Oppenheim has gotten out. They have Andrew Taphorn in the session, but he has not actually gotten in the car, as we're side-by-side for position up here. That 43 machine and that 212. This is the Tartar Haggis battle and the 212 Racing battle coming out of that corner. But yeah, potential big issues on pit road for the Maple Freedom car that was already multiple laps down, already dropped behind the entire LMP2 field, and now is looking to drop behind the GT3 field as well if they can't get a driver back in that car.
Yeah, that's going to be now their third lengthy pit stop this race, each of them more than 5 minutes in terms of what they've had happen in their stints so far. So a lot of strategization for them so far, or rather a lot of repairs done for them to then have to strategize around with how things have gone. All while the battle still rages on screen. 43 still trying to find a way to pull it back ahead here. It's C-licensed driver and Samuel Spinell that's still yet to find a way to close back it up here. You see Dominic Ford just seems a little bit more consistent down the speed, down the straightaways, and more so better in the technical corners to be able to claw his way like he has now to be able to be in the conversation for the top 4, 11 seconds back on the podium.
Andrew Taphorn has now gotten in the car for that Maple Freedom entry, so they will have a driver in it at least now. Now it's just whether they'll pull it out of the pits before the GT3s get there, because if they don't, not only are they going to be 2 laps down to every other GTP, but they are going to have to drive through some slower cars if they do want to get back up to the front of this field. At the front of the field, Sam Blacklock has done a great job behind the wheel of that 305 car. 14.5-second gap back to Jesper Eriksson at the moment. He's done a great job to dominate in that GTP class. Back in LMP2, Intersigmapol has taken the lead away from Blue Shoe Americas. Adam Mikhelshenko taking the lead in that 48 car. Dan Neese has dropped back to second. Spin and toe. Balk Stang still sitting in third.
And mind you, the interesting is Blue Chew last time by 2 seconds slower. Their average pace the past 5 laps has been 2 seconds off consistently since making the driver change. Kind of showcases how important driver choice is and how big the difference in drivers can be car to car here.
Yeah, Brody Gardner had that thing working, qualified this car on pole. Dan Neese, lap times just aren't as good right now, maybe not as used to the car. I'm also seeing that car bottom out a lot, which might be an issue. We have a GTP that went way off the road. Arctic Sim Racing 334, driven by August Johansson. Kept it out of the wall, but took a little bit of a detour through the mulch down there.
Still okay, though, for the ride. Stenko still keeping an eye on the 48. Not concerned, I think, for the bottoming out and the sparking up right now. I think that's just the nature of how this car is, to make sure you get as much speed out of it as possible. It's if you damage that floor is a little bit more concerning. If you end up causing floor damage, it could cost you a ton of speed if you end up smashing that bottom of the race car across the curbing.
That it can. You've got to be careful out here. As these cars continue to make their way around the racetrack, we continue to close in on the 2-hour mark of this endurance race, and we also continue to close in on the rain. We're about 15 minutes out from what iRacing calls 100% precipitation. The clouds are starting to move in. The winds are starting to pick up. It might not be long before the storm is here. In fact, I don't think we have a way to show this to you, but the iRacing weather radar has a lot of green on it, and it is very rapidly approaching our direction.
It's looking rapid. So let's see if we can get that chance here, because right now it is within a couple miles or so of the racetrack. So that's going to be, it's going to be sudden. It's going to be sudden. And when it hits suddenly, it's going to be where you better be ready to bring your teams in pretty soon. It's also going to be the balance on how risky is it going to be in terms of staying out, and how much this racetrack going to have moisture buildup. It's going to be also where is the puddle buildup going to be around this racetrack around in this time.
It'll be interesting to watch for sure. It's not too hard rain. It's not like a big thunderstorm, downpour, any of that, but there is definitely rain moving in to the area of Le Mans right now, moving in from the west, so it's going to be the front straight hit first, followed by Mulsanne. This track is so big, you can't have rain in one part and no rain in the rest of it. Looking again at some driver changes taking place through the field. IFR Esports 718 maybe preparing for the rain here as thrown Emil Madsen in the car. Rasmus B. Peterson is out. Orion 445, Akira Iwata out of that car. It's late in Japan. He'll probably be going to bed. Taj Edwards has taken over in the 445. As pit stops continue for GT3, Steven Christensen is in the Zenith 232 for Casper Anderson, and the Kronos Gold car that was in third has made its first driver change. Christopher Pariso in for Flo Bosson, who was driving that car so far tonight. Also in GT3, Gilles Bruxer in for Pierre-Edouard Chareau in that one car. It's the one car on our ticker, but the team is called Delta V number 2.
Yeah, their second Delta V entry in theory. In terms of that choice, sometimes you get a different number. Now, the interesting thing in terms of the strategy for GT3, there is pit stops underway for those cars. That right now in the pylon has had Neon Nights only take a 22-second stop. Compare that to Blanco Batori, who has taken a 42 seconds. So some of these teams not putting on tires right now, or taking short fuels on stints. With the rain making it very shady now, you can just see how dark this racetrack got all of a sudden.
Yeah, you don't want to waste the time on a 4-tire pit stop if you're going to immediately have to change those tires out due to weather in the area. You want to keep it steady, and you want to wait until you can put those wet weather tires on the car, and it won't be long before these drivers have to put the wet weather tires on the car. If you zoom in to Le Mans on the iRacing weather radar, it is there. It is slowly encroaching on the racetrack. The winds have picked up as well. They've been at about 4 or 5 miles an hour all race, mostly out of the west. 9 miles an hour out of the south now. The weather is turning for these cars, and we will see who gets caught out and who's able to hold on up here at the front.
And it's going to make it more treacherous, but better yet, more reliant on your training for these drivers in general. They knew that there was going to be some rain in the forecast. They just didn't know how much. So far, the answer is a lot of it. That rain rock going to be very wet. All sorts of sparking right now for the 48. We mentioned the need to go down the middle of the racetrack. They won't. Their ride heights right now dropping a fair bit alongside where that pavement arcs around down on this road.
Yeah, we've seen a couple cars, especially in this LMP2 class, with some really low ride heights right now, which is leading to that sparking all the way down the racetrack. Might not be something to watch at the moment, but if that continues, could be something to keep an eye on for later in this race. I'm giving it, in my former meteorology major opinion, about 2 minutes before, 2 or 3 minutes before we start to see some sort of drizzle overtake the racetrack here, and it won't be long after that until we've got some full rain in the area.
Former, did you say?
Yeah, the math is hard.
Math is hard, but also I'm guessing getting the radar forecast is hard. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but Spin and Toe Motorsports kind of the course. I think they just took some ballers with them while trying to navigate off the racetrack there, but didn't lose too much time, maybe have time penalty themselves here. Spin and Toe third in their class at the moment. And that's going to be another thing to make sure is no spinnies, no towies. When you're driving on slick tires on the wet, there's no channels to let the water go on through the tire.
Oh, I see it drops. It's raining now. It is raining. If we go to the 808 Harley Smith Neon Knights Racing, he is driving through the rain in that GT3 car. Back to 7th in class right now, I believe, on some pit strategy here as all the other drivers were waiting on wet tires, but you can see it. It is raining on the front section of this racetrack. It's only going to get heavier. He has gone back to 7th in split because about 6 cars, Composite Performance through Walk Racing, all stayed out waiting for the rain to start so they could put wets on the car. They'll do that now, and Neon Knights will jump back up through the field, but he is going to have to pit to put wets on the car as well here if he wants to hold this lead. And oh, he's already loose. Look at this 808 car struggling as the rain begins to fall at Circuit de la Sarthe.
You can see the rain drops through the windshield and how it's starting to get a little bit greasy looking. And we'll have to see when is that crossover point. That's going to be critical. How long will it take for the time to really switch back over? As you see the weather condition projections right now, the recording of your screen, you can run the slick with the slicks for a little bit, but how long is going to be the major thing. How long do you think the crossover point will be before you have to say, I absolutely have to come in, I can't stay out here? Something's happened on 48 machine. I believe they may have towed the race car. They were the leaders in LMP2. Something has happened to Inter Sigma Pole because they are no longer on the racing surface here.
You are right about that. We're going to try and get that figured out for you. They were stopped in the middle of the final chicane. So not sure what the issue was there for Adam Mikhailchenko. He's had a great run. He's been up front for much of this race, but that car has had some major issues, and it'll go to the back of LMP2. I am not sure what has happened there.
Technical issue. Can't confirm. He's got technical issues. Has lost connection to the server just about here. He has Perislav Lemonek, one of the better drivers and one of the best drivers for the region you can put in the car, mind you, available with his pro experience, who's standing on by, but that is absolutely disastrous. The LMP2 leaders having their lead car driver lose connection. The worst time is you take a look at Team Radline in the pouring rain.
Yeah, they were leading that class. They were doing a great job. That is going to be horrific for them. GT3 pit stops have continued, and with it, we have a lot of driver changes. People putting their rain ringers in the car. We have Marvin Barr in for Maniti Racing Purple, replacing Kurzman. Coupe de Motorsports has put in Isaac Fairweather. Hopefully he is good in not just Fairweather. He will replace Mert Menderes in that car. Alexander Klein taking over the Fury Sim Sport entry that's been running up in second in GT3, replacing Chalemporn Asavenon, who will also probably go to bed as it is very late in Thailand. Jill Hubin in that red Panda car for Carter Hutchinson. In the Grow Racing team, Carlix Casinho is in that car for Luis Marinho now in the rain. Inter Sigma Pole has made the change. Merrick Lemanek in for Mikhailchenko, but he is going to be at the back of the LMP2 field. Matt Byrne in the GTMR car for Alex Ardoin. And in the Best Sport Purple GTP, Luca Becca in only a 9-lap run for Filippo Uber in that car. Ibrahim Ozkan is in the Composite 77 for Trevor Vavrovsky. David Johnson in the ATS car for Ashley Collins, and a black flag for the 161 Impact Sim Sport machine. Dexter Castro has just gotten behind the wheel of that car for Michael Billen. I'm not seeing a protest, so potentially a pit road penalty for that car. STK iRacing, Fabio Congioli in for Nicholas Sanguini. And that should be the end. Oh, we got one more. Flacco Motor 083 Ruben Bezuidenhout. Again, if I am pronouncing that wrong, please let me know. Is in for Samuel Shepard in that car. We do have a protest filed for Composite Performance 77. They have been protested by Lippert Esports there for an incident on lap 23, avoidable contact spun at the exit of Mulsanne Corner. So we will see what that is. Might be a drive-through penalty there for that 077 car in the future.
A lot happening, but we're almost at the top of the hour, and at the top of the hour, we switched the tone of things where it'll be just myself in terms of the broadcast booth, but we'll be listening into some of the commentary for the various teams and getting a flavor of things. We'll also see if we can speak to some of the drivers as we go on to this event. Your final thoughts, Sky, before you say goodbye here in a few minutes' time.
Well, I think we've had a great race so far, and I think the rain is going to make it even more interesting. There's been battles all up and down the field. Everybody is going at it for position, and I think coming down to the end of this race, you're gonna have to manage the rain if you want to be able to win tonight. We've got a few patches of rain in the forecast, and you're gonna need to race well in those if you want to win. A couple more driver changes here as the wet weather begins. Tibor Popovic is in for Spin and Tow. That's the third place car in LMP2. Tom Farr in for DDK, replacing Kevin Daniels in that 25 LMP2 machine. A little further back in the field, we've got Paul Crabb in for Team Radline, replacing John McHutchison. If I was them, I would be in for Stafford's DMs right now, trying to convince him I was Team Redline. Simon Vernet is in for Delta V in the 112 for Kevin Dageau. And Delia Steven is in that 113 Delta V for Kevin Cheyenne. And that should be all your driver changes for now. We might have a couple more later. We do have one more right now. Patrick McDaniel is the third driver in that Blue Chew LMP car. He will step in for Dan Neese after an interesting stint for Dan Neese. And we have a fourth driver already in the nearly on pace 899. Bart Matija has gotten behind the wheel of that car, replacing Hagstrom, who replaced Schmidberger, who replaced Sundstrom. So a lot of drivers in that 899. You can have up to 8 this race. Maybe they have 8. I am going to head off here for the end of this 2-hour stint, and Justin Prince and some audio from the rest of the race teams will take you through the next 4 hours. Good luck, Justin.
Thank you very much, Sky. So again, a rundown real quickly on how things are going. Simray Sweden just took the lead for now. Pit strategy check, that Orbit Drop Bear is still on the racetrack on slicks, if I'm seeing correctly. Let's see if we can pull up tires here, because Simray Sweden is currently there. Yeah, they are on a different compound than everybody else. An interesting call for those drivers. 212 Racing in third for GTP, followed by Team Unknown and Aero Connects, the top 5. Then in LMP2, Logistical Nightmare is now in front. They have yet to pit though. Blue Chew is in second. Spin and Toes third. Lumen and Pushrod Beast is the top 5. Then compare that to GT3. Yeah, Knight still yet to pit with Red Panda, able to progress forward after they've been able to pick up time and strategy in second. Chronos Gold, Variant, and Fury, Simsport Green round out their top 5 as they run. So as we go, here's how things will work. We'll be listening to some of the radio communications and being able to try and see some of the perspectives of some of these teams here today. We'll see those in a moment or so. Let's take a quick listen in on this fight first. See right now, Sim Race Sweden Esports purple. They're amongst the teams that did have a room set up. None of their drivers have made their way down towards that session though. For Daniel Holmer, he's looking to drive things well. So, all trouble! 8 E-car into the wall! One of the drivers who just pit for wets slams the fence. And that is going to require a lot of repairs. That front wheel is demolished on the Sim Race Sweden machine. Hard contact, a hard hit, and now we look to try and settle things down for some of the others, but for this group, it shows the treacherousness of the rain. We'll look at a replay real quickly. Yeah, right here, big twitch, death wiggle. Apologies for the replay there, as you see just a snap with the puddles on the right, just got loose. Here's a look one more time. Started getting loose right there, started to almost hydroplane, hit the paint, and the paint can be very slippery in the rainy conditions. They hit some paint, causes them to slide. So Daniel Holmer will have to go away the full distance around the racetrack to be able to sort things out and figure out what they can do in this situation. In the words of some, rain can be terrible. And well, we're seeing that right here with some teams. Tarn and Haggis currently in the battle. Right now, this is for the 5th position. Aerokinetics, the car in front. Both of them have already pit for wet tires. What's some trouble? Traffic. Aerokinetics went wide. They ran over the back of one of their competitors and somehow got away with it. Gained some time going around the car in traffic. Let's take a look on some of the communications here. As they settle on out, as the rain pours down, let's take a listen in some of the communications. One of the teams that can confirm for Split 3's communications that we have available is one of those yet to pit for their tires yet, Neon Knights. If we could go in towards that direction, an interesting situation going to be developing for them. They are now the only person in their class that was on slicks, and I believe they've just made the change. Well, let's take a listen in with their organization.
Hello. Hey. Got behind 13 seconds, Julie. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. That's a lie. I thought we was leading, but not. How did they jump us?
So it's all the
I'm
guys
guessing
are
because
fine.
yeah,
They changed to
Fine.
wet tires when they pitted.
that's fine.
Yeah, I think they were saving.
Yeah, the leader was. He
Yeah,
was saving, so he went straight onto watch.
yeah, he got lucky there.
Smart plan. I didn't think it would hit. I thought it was going to be half a stint. Anyhow. And the edge behind. Gonna come on the right. All of that. I'll just put one on.
Yeah, the track is fully green, by the way, Diddy.
Copy.
Just jumping in, curling, keeping through comms here in the broadcast now, still with Neon Knights. I believe it's Denier Lord Bell currently behind the wheel of the car here. Do you have a copy?
Yeah, hearing you, loud and clear.
How is it so far on the strategy when it comes to the rainy conditions?
Yeah, try to hang it out a bit longer on the dries. I think it's a perfect switch over to the wet tires. Hopefully we can overcut them a little bit right now and see how pace is on the fresh tires.
How tricky is this racetrack once you get into the rain conditions though? Already seen a lot of moisture build up around this racetrack.
Yeah, it's very tricky, especially on the transition periods like this. It's very tricky to see where the grip is and the low visibility as well. So just keep it alive is the main thing.
So right now the organization's down in third right now. You guys were running higher up in the order before. What's kind of the mindset now? We heard some of the discussion before, afterwards, but where's that mindset now after being up at the front before the rain started to hit?
Yeah, it's gonna be a long race, so just keep our heads clear, stay out of trouble, and hopefully the strategy with the freshest wet tires are gonna help us.
Yeah, P1 and P2 did well to stretch, so they was able to go straight onto wets where we had to pit to go into dries. I'd say we probably did the best we could. We've just got, it's still 22 hours left, it's still a long ride. We've just got safety cars, more rain, so we've just got to see what comes. Guy seemed a bit unconfident. Did he? Yeah, there we go. Back to P3, brother.
I know, believe you were Harley Smith to make sure I got the name correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Just making sure I have the right person on the line here. How tricky is it now managing things as an organization in terms of this type of event to be able to make sure the logistics are down for the Majors 24?
It's been tough to expect, obviously, with the new time model, but I think we've mostly prepared quite well. The schedule's looking good so far. Obviously, the rain's going to be a big major factor in this race of how people manage it, and obviously not having incidents, but it's going to be an interesting race for sure.
You mentioned the new tire model. How has it been trying to build for that new tire model as an organization so far in this build?
It was an interesting, learning curve to figure it out. I've done it with the LMP2 for a little bit in certain special events, since mainly been favouring the LMP2. So I've kind of roughly know how to handle the new tyres when they're cold. It's been a bit of a learning curve of how to act with obviously less downforce. But I think we've done well as a team to combat that. Obviously that showed obviously at the start when we put the front and not having obviously any incidents, but a bit of a bummer we could have prepared a bit better and looked at the rain and gone for 14. Me and Diddy both are able to do 14, so we could have prepared a little bit more that side, but it's still on race, still see what comes our way.
Alrighty, so on that note here, going to be a couple of minutes before we swap over to the next grouping here. So what's kind of now the game plan? Now that it's raining now, it's dry for a bit after this, it goes back to rain. What's that game plan knowing the weather is expected to shuffle a lot right now on the radar?
Game plan's probably, the guys staying behind, and game plan's probably just see what comes and take it as it comes, really. We can look, yeah, we can look when it stops raining to see what we can do, see how quick the track dries out, see if we can get back to dries, what we can do when it's going to start raining again. It looks like we're going to have a period of about 2 hours without the rain, maybe 2.5. So obviously we are going to have to at some point go back to dries to get them to go back to wets. But we'll just be feeling out, see what the track feels like, see what the driver feels at the time. LMGH just coming up. Get on the next straight, did he? Next one you have LMP2 13 seconds back. And it's 1, 2 and 3. But you have a LMGH before that.
Alright, so on that note, once you get back to your communications, thank you very much so much for the time here with you guys. We'll check in later on, probably in the race.
No, see you later.
And good luck with the book.
Once again, that was Neon Knights, I should say. Neon Knights Racing. That's currently scored in the top 3 in their class with how things are going. Pardon me, as we've heard some of their communication, some of the thought processes, speaking with them so far. Now, one of the organizations that we can take a listen in for a little bit is Red Panda Racing. They're amongst the teams that were in the top 3 in the cycle before. They've now since faded back a little bit down to the top 6. They have Carter Hutcherson, they have Jules Hubin, you have Jorge Solenko, who was a part of their field here. Let's see if we can take a look and listen for the next moments and then get some questions in with the 31 cam.
Hello?
Hello! How are you guys doing in your car? This is the broadcast booth. How are you feeling?
It's wet. My 2 teammates are away at the moment, or I'm all alone and currently driving with P6 and started training.
Seeing you guys rides through the board so far, not trying to distract you from the driving here, but talk us through the sensations you're feeling in the wheel as you go through the rainy conditions right now.
Everything's going well. The car is behaving like it should at the moment, so yeah, nothing crazy at the moment. Everything is going under control. Just trying to make it through actually at the moment. There's no point in just trying to rush it.
So of course, one of the major things is trying to get track position in this organization right now. How difficult was it in terms of the fight to be able to get track position in the first place early on in this event, to be able to make the passes you guys have had done so far?
I think everyone was very smart about it in the first hour. And yeah, it was mostly in the pits. We underfueled a bit to get through, and that was it. We also doubled the tires at some point to don't go through the heat phase again, and that worked because on the outlap we were like 2-3 seconds quicker than the guys around us, so it really helped us. Sorry for not being very talkative at the moment, it's pretty hectic.
No, we completely understand. Absolutely. Just give. So it seems like that type of a race, to say the very least. So where's your mindset the rest of the way now? We'll let you get back to driving in a moment or so, but where's the rest of the mindset now for the rest of your stints here while the rest of your team members currently do what they do before they come back here? What's the mindset like?
The mindset, is that what you mean?
Like, what's your mindset the rest of the way through the raining conditions here before things go back to dry and then back to
stay alive. Just this what it all means at the moment. I raced here in 2021 in the LMP1 category, and I know how important it is to just stay in the fight till the end. And yeah, we're actually relying a bit on the safety car periods to bring us back at the front of the field at some point. And yeah, currently P6. Catching the guys around, like I see 2.3, 4.0 and 6.7 catched on the 3 guys in front at the moment, so try to get the track position for when it comes back to dry, and especially the safety car periods that are coming. And then maybe just stay in the train as much as we can, even though the BMW is probably not as quick as McLaren on the straights, but yeah, we are playing with the wing. And try to make it quick at some point. We shall see tomorrow.
Well, once you get back to driving, we'll check in later on in the broadcast. Thank you very much.
See you guys.
So once again, a check-in with Red Panda. And that's the interesting what the way this format now works for this. For those that are not understand the format, it's the way to be able to interact with drivers, but also listen to how they interact team to team and driver to driver. Some of the teams did volunteer to do that. Some ended up following through, some did not. But we have some opportunities to be able to listen and to be able to learn what the perspectives are while you're driving the race car, rather than just riding. Take a look at some of the other angles as we continue on with some of the battles on the racetrack. It's getting very sloshy out there. A lot of puddle buildup. Some of the intersections, in particular in Mulsanne, seeing a lot of buildup of puddles. Some of these drivers are nearly spinning out with how much they're trying to push. You still have cars on slicks. Orbit Drop Bear Venus is still on slicks, interesting enough, at the front of the field. Now, how long that lasts? Question mark. It's not an easy sensation to feel, but it kind of showcases some development for some of the teams with the comfortability on slicks to be able to drive in the wet before the crossover period. See how dangerous Samuel Blacklock is playing it though. His car is wiggling every inch. Any mistake, this car could be gone. It's right now 2 seconds quicker last time by the Team Unknown, but you have a big difference in comfortability. Let's take a listen to the car, I should say. Listen in some of the audio when it comes to Orbit Drop Bear Venus. Right now they are leading in top split as well as an organization. Now, one of the battles starting to form up. Spin and Toe Motorsport is in the midst of a fight right this minute with Pushrod Beast Racing. It's going back and forth with Togo Hisama. Tibor Popovic is currently battling on. Let's take a listen in as they battle in and listen to what they are saying as they fight fiercely for second in LMP2.
Hey.
Hey there.
Hello. What's up?
We can hear you.
Hello. Okay. Alright. Ha így folytatott, te is simán megelőzött az Alexet is.
Csak ezen a kanyarra jussunk túl, létszi.
Azt mögötted a kis kigyorsítást.
Igen, nagyon hamar akart, vagy látszott, hogy meg... Atya Isten, most mi van? Atya Isten.
Balra menj. Jobbról GT3.
Hát, köszi.
Hát lehet, hogy meg fog érkezni a Togó.
Muszáj ide. Bocsi, egy kicsit hamar fékeztem. Küldene valaki egy bocsit be, ezt igazából nagyon én basztam el.
Nem, gyönyörű volt.
De ez gesztiség volt beállt és befékeztem, mert nem láttam, hogy hol a brake marker. Oh.
Nem reaktív mozdulat volt.
Ajaj, P1-nek kicsit nehezebb volt a kigyorsítás, vagy talánete. Upsi.
Ezt gyönyörűen szinkron van, hogy egymást látod.
Szinkron pörgés. Baszki, nem láttam volna féktál, mint 300. 200 itt, jó.
Most nagyon rajtad van a Togó.
Á, igen, mert elhoztam.
Tibi nem ismerileg, azt hinném, hogy valami agresszív állat vagy.
De nem, úgy csak balfasz igazából.
Én tudom, hogy az.
Ezt nem tudom, miből veszed. Na jó, inkább menjen el.
Az elmúlt 20 percből.
Ó.
P1 kuka.
Akkor igazából nem veszünk pozíciót.
Szóval maradunk, ahol voltunk.
Egy centire megállt a falton, ez szerencség volt. Ja, de nagyon sok időt bukott. Hát ha nem engeded el Togót, most vezethetnél.
A francba!
Kint elsze visszaelőzni. Ja.
Na jó. Na erre megy itt a pálya. Bazd meg, nem erre. Na jó, de erre. Oké.
Gyönyörűen betapadt itt külsőjön.
Igen. Azt hittem, hogy megyek nyíl egyenesen tovább.
Ezzel a bennem majd vigyázni, hogy állat.
Előbb bedobta a másik GTP-nek.
Hát ez a Cadillac.
Aha.
Ja, az mögött is egyszer majdnem fellöklett téged, szóval...
Ja, még egy.
Oké.
Lekörözött neki, már mindegy. Nagyon agresszív.
Kisebbségi komplexus, nem?
P2 előtte van. De pushrod az kemény, hogy 11 helyet jött előre. Egy utolsó előttire rajtoltak és most vezetnek.
Aha.
A GTP-knél?
Nem
nálunk.
Tényleg? Kemény. Hát még van tempója, azt tuti. Azt tudom, hogy hol van.
Hát mert Tibi csak egy van a pályán. Többieket könnyű volt megelőzni.
Jogos.
Mi történt a P3-mal? Alex megint elklaszta. Én nézem. Aha, meg az essekben is falkolt. És ott rendesen meg is törte. Nem nagyon, de tudott jönni, de tört. Most ebből a versenyből kiszálltak.
Szóval nagyon tetszik a közvetítésnek a magyar biztos, mert mindig élesben megyünk.
Király. Jó, hogy nem értik, amikor anyázunk.
Ennek az enyhe savazások.
Most angolul kéne beszélnünk?
Nem.
Elég nagy szórás van a köridőkben. 4.09 volt a legutóbbi körben a legjobb. Nekünk 4.16.
Jó, a 4.09 az egy 9,4K-s volt, tehát ahhoz mérjük fogni.
Ja, mondjuk jogos, igen.
Amúgy tudnám keményebben nyomni, csak nem akarom. Mármint, hogy...
Akarsz elsítani a többieknek is, értjük? Nyugodtan.
A 9K-soknak, igen.
Ja.
Ja, az amúgy nem... Vagy ha beérnék mögé a 2K-mal szegénynek, milyen éjszakája lenne.
Mögötte van, 16 talán.
Igen, mögött az van, hogy jó helyen.
És nem tud megelőzni.
De hogy éri?
Végül is.
Várj, közben mikor kell kijönni tankolni? Ha még van, vagy van más köröd.
2 kör.
Hát vagy egy.
2 még. 2-1? Ja, lehet.
Sporoljak addig, vagy?
Nem.
Hát szerintem ki fog jönni éppen, egy pici sporolással meg lesz.
Hol érdemes liftálni?
T1. Lehet, hogy liftelés nélkül is meg lesz amúgy.
16 litered van.
Szóval minden 2 liter az elég a boxig. Elég biztos vagyok benne, hogy innen 2 liter az elég a boxig. Mert a Porsche-tól 1 liter, én mindig azt szoktam nézni, hogy a Porsche-knál kell plusz 1 literben lennem, és akkor jó vagyok.
Ez necces, nem? Maga, jó.
Lifte egy kicsit szerintem a következő körben, hát az a 2 körben is akkor meg lesz.
Jó.
Ne dadogjon be a pitbe, azt nem jutunk el a pitig.
T1-ben tudsz nagyot liftelni amúgy. Ott könnyű sokat jönni.
Kéne folyamatosan nézni egyébként a safety car stratégiát is. Bármik pillanatban, amit csinálunk.
Hát amíg lead lapen vagyunk, addig egyértelmű, hogy mindig ki kell jönni a boxba. Vagy bejön a safety car, ki kell menni a boxba. Tank, kerékcsere, hogyha kell, pilótacsere, hogyha kell. Aztán megyünk ki. Szerintem most nincs nagy taktika. Akkor kell okosnak lenni, amikor körhátrányban vagyunk.
Jó, oké.
Most a pozíció most...
Biztos mindig jó kijönni? Most mi van, ha hátra kerülünk, a többiek nem bennek, érted?
Hát... Akkor mindig akkor kell okosnak lenni, amikor megjön. Tehát, hogy akkor időjárástól függ szerintem elsősorban. De mivel ugye úgyis az lesz, hogy szét lesznek bontva a klasszok safety car végén, tök mindegy. Tehát, hogy sokat nem buksz vele. De még hogyha hátra is kerülsz, akkor meg körökkel tovább kint maradsz, mint a többiek, és akkor el tudsz húzni üres tankon, miután ők kimennek.
Hát vagy pont éppen Pitert és a outlapeden jön a safety car, én akkor sem mennék ki.
Jó, persze, akkor nem, de esetleg akkor el kell gondolom, amikor ilyen 1-2 körön belül vagy az előző Piterédeshez képest.
Oké.
Azért rendesen jönnek fel a P2-k mögöttem.
Nyugi. Semmi gond. Talán majd most megint erősödni fog egy kicsit az eső. Így pár körön belül. Viszont a következő szintet végére el fog állni.
Aha. Igen lehet, aha. Majd megnézzük, hogy jön ki.
Jó. Igen, most az szárad a pályám, úgy most elkezdtem gyorsulni. Gondolom mindenki más is.
Ja.
Hoppá! Azért.
Ennyire nem jó még a pálya.
Igen.
Valószínűleg hát egyébként majd azon kell elgondolkodni, hogy esetleg fönt hagyjuk-e a kopott vizes gumit kövisztint végén. Fél tankra tankolással. Száradó pályán.
Ezt nem teszteltük ki, nem játszanék ezzel.
Hát meglátjuk majd.
Hát akkor meg fölrakni úgy a vizes gumit, hogy már megtele tankod, hogy már látod, hogy nem esik többet az eső.
Ja, értem. Tehát, hogy nem most, hanem majd a következő szint.
Nem. Igen.
Ja, jó,
igen.
Oké, jó. Értem. Na, azt már meglátjuk.
Jussunk el odáig.
Ugye azért onnan, hogy eláll az eső, egy 6-8 kör még esős gumis.
Igen, és a következő szint végére el fog állni. Most 7 órakor fog kereken kb. Kijönni a boxból. És ugye 7:30 az utolsó, amire még esőt ír. Tehát azért mondom, hogy lehet, hogy itt egy fél tank, meg használt gumi az össze, tuti. Majd meglátjuk akkor. Néztétek amúgy, hogy mennyit kopik egy szint alatt a vizes gumi? Ilyen eső van?
Nem.
Tökéletesen felkészültünk.
Igen.
Mindent teszteltünk.
A Ferrari.
Mindent teszteltünk, csak a meleg pályát, meg az esőt nem normálisan.
Én mentem meleg pályát.
Én is. 7 kvalikört.
Én küldtem is.
Kvalió is sikerült.
Na, a kvalió zseniális volt.
Ha már látszik az eső vége. A sarokba. Ha jól látom.
Igen, az már rossz lesz. Hát fél óra, fél óra is eláll. Viszont akkor jó lesz, ha csak két szintet mész most, nem Tibor? Gondolom nem ragaszkodsz a háromhoz.
Nem, vagy
ez 3.
Vagy 2,5. Meglátjuk, hogy hogyan ki.
Igen.
Mert akkor úgy lenne értelme pilótát váltani, hogy amikor föl kell rakni a sticket.
Meglátjuk igazából, hogy a csapatnak jó.
A táblában mindjárt vezetem. Ki az boxba.
Egy P2. Megfáradtam múlzam végén.
Hát az nem állt meg. Illetve megállt volna, csak ráment a fehér vonalra.
Hát azt megfáradt, amit mondom. És úgy pihent.
Ja. Fehér vonalon keresztül. Úgy nagyon megérkeztek most át, majd óvatosan. Nem kell semmi pozícióért harcolni.
Jó.
Mondjuk úgyis most mindenki ki fog jönni boxba, szerintem nem hiszem, hogy bárki 11 körözne ilyen időjárásban.
Biztos hányan vannak itt 4-en? 3-an?
2-t? 3-an vannak. P2. Vagy 4-en, jó. 3,5. És ezt már kipitálni.
Oké, köszi.
Jó, ez benzinnel.
Balra. Most a Kia vagy nem jön ki?
Ne került ki.
Was a bit careful, was for Sarah's múlva.
Mindenképp itt van.
Hú, ez izgi volt.
Szép volt,
szép volt nagyon.
Szép.
Ja, 80-as a hátsó, az a legrosszabb. 81-2, szerintem azzal ki lehet menni még fél szintre simán.
Főleg
meg. Jaj. És ez akkor 43. kör, ugye?
Most kezdődik a 43. igen.
Ott megy a leader.
Mi?
Most kezdődik a 43.
Ja igen, mert rövidebb volt az én szintem. Jaj.
Hát nem tudom, meddig tartom most így hidegúvin őket, lehet, hogy inkább biztosra megyek.
Boldosan, jaj. Ő már meleg gumim van, aki mellett van most. Ő előző körben volt kint.
Aha, oké. Na mész? Akkor megy.
Csak vigyázz rád, jó fej volt.
Igen. Nem tudtam merre menni.
Ő a 90.
Ő a 9-kást. Ügyi.
Nekem például 100 mutat rá, úgy nyilván nem igaz.
Lehet, hogy neki már azzal is megy.
Te vagy a jobb íven. Mármint...
Igen. Csak nem látom, hogy hol kéne fékeznem. Mindjárt. száraz ívon mennek, az kemény.
5-en vagytok most egy kupacon. Nagyon durva.
Fantasztikus.
És nagyon közel van a 6. is.
Ha valami is.
Nagyon inkább kinézek innen. Jaj, ne gyere már. Most akkor... Oké, bocs.
Semmi, nyugodtan.
Been listening in with this organization for the past while ago, and for now, Spin Into Motorsport. Now got themselves into a tight battle after the pit stop cycle here. So, in the midst of the window, for a lot of these organizations, currently in the midst of swapping around strategies, swapping around drivers, swapping around compounds. So we continue on here. Currently, the organization's fighting along in the midst of a battle with some of the drivers on racetrack. We'll see how their fight now fares out the rest of the way here. We did have a couple drivers from other classes also peel down pit road. So the window wide open for a lot of these organizations for their strategy windows to peel on down the lane. Currently, some of the GTPs finishing up service with some extension by a lap or so. Some of the other drivers that had slow pit stops while we were looking away, included Maple Freedom having a 10-minute stop recently. We also had a couple of the organizations spend even more time down the pit lane like Composite for a bit of time to lose ground. Let's get a rundown of the top 10 of each class per request for those tuning on in here. So the rundown includes this. In GT, it looks like this right now with Orbit Drop Bear Venus currently in their class lead. That's after a pit stop cycle recently for those teams. Team Unknown 404 is next, followed by Tarnanhagas Racing. One of the Sim Race Sweden entries is in 4th with Aerokinetics and RD Simsport the top 6. 212 Racing with Simsport Race Sweden's 80 car after a hard crash and taking a fast repair in 8th. Arctic Sim Racing just pit and is in the midst of service there in 9th. And Lumen Motorsport is rounding up the top 10 at GTP. Right now in LMP2, Pushrod Beast Racing is the class up in front at the moment. Right now they just got zipped on by though by Inter Sigma Pole and their organization. So a change up front just recently with 48 over the 122. Here we are, pace is keeping close with the 112 with Thomas Entrum Sim Racing next. Wannabe SRT followed by Spin Into Motorsport, Team Radline, Lumen Motorsport in the order next, followed by DDK Racing Team and Impact Simsport rounding out the top 10 there. Then in the GT machines, Red Panda has now taken over the class. Fast Repair Motorsport is currently second. Neon Knights is in third at the moment. Fury Simsport Green in 4th. Grow Racing Team and STKE Racing Team in the top 5 right there. Composite Performance in the 6th position right now. Walk Racing Esports is in 7th. Chronos Gold has dropped down to 8th in class. We've just seen Walk also complete some service recently. Blanco Motore along the top 10 right now with MRRS Racing Sapphire and DPR Racing top 10 in that class. See some of the battles on screen. That includes some of the LMP2s that continue to fiercely fight on screen. Let's take also a look at one of the air battles. Aerokinetics has been floating around 4th to 6th so far in GTP. Right now, they're in the midst of a battle right now, 54 seconds back of the race leader. Let's see what's going on there in terms of their fighting. Oh, some troubles yet again. Another off-track capping being made by the 222 to avoid traffic. That's the second time they've cut through part of the course, heading through Dunlop Chicane. DDK was the team, may have been spinning around here, right? So, it, again, is a treacherous part of the racetrack for these competitors to deal with. Keep an eye on the battling as they go here. They have Edvin Forslund trying to close up right now and try to sort out something, anything here. Still following along with Sim Race Sweden, as we have one of their team principals actually with us now. Soulstone Motorsports commentator and owner of Vocal Edge, and Dan Pebbles in the broadcast booth. My apologies if I butchered that name for you here of the organization here today.
Yeah, thank you guys. It's great to be in the broadcast booth. I'm normally in here doing what you guys are doing, but yeah, seeing the race from a different perspective today.
So far, how has it been managing the blue car for this race today as well?
It's been good. We had our incident at the start. We had a spin. There was I don't know which car, but it came rattling up the inside, and our driver absolutely thought it was going to career into our side. So he thought he had to take more avoiding action than he actually did to have to. But in the end, it was a split-second decision he had to take, so that caused a spin. No damage though, I think, to both cars that were involved, so that's good. We're happy with that. But it's been a fight back through the field, and the rain now especially is well, it's tricky as always in iRacing. So yeah, it's a fight back through the field, but the drivers are handling it quite professionally, I have to say.
Overall, what's the excitement like to be able to take part in an event like this for you, to be able to be part of what's turned out to be a historic event for the past few years now in the Majors 24?
Oh, this is great. I'm one of the members who came into iRacing, I think the last year iRacing, I think, officially hosted the Le Mans 24 Hours. And I think after that, this has been, well, the biggest Le Mans 24 that is in iRacing. So yeah, it's great to be part of this event. It was a complete logistical nightmare. I can let you in a little secret. The blue team was aiming to make top split, but we couldn't make it since some of our drivers only had either about an hour or two to practice before the event, sadly, because either work got in the way or Swedish festivities, because it was yesterday Swedish Midsummer, which is a massive national festivity there. So a lot of drivers weren't available even yesterday. So pre-qualifying was the problem for us. So we couldn't get into top split. So we said, yeah, well, let's try and get into the same split as each other then, so we can help each other out. We did so, split 3 for all of us. But yeah, this event, I mean, what Majors is putting on every year, with not only this, but also the whole Major series, which quite a lot of our drivers are taking part in. Yeah, it's just great to see, and a massive, massive thank you to the whole organization.
So now, how do you approach the weather conditions with how things are going? How is your team approach now, knowing the weather forecast is supposed to be flippy-floppy for the next little bit? Where do you guys stand in terms of how you plan to approach that? And now also, how to attack the racetrack? We're seeing a lot of rooster tails in the rain right now, for example, on screen.
Well, we do know that there is a possibility of a safety car. So we're just biding our time at the moment. It's surviving until that safety car comes out. As long as you stay on the lead lap, I think you have a realistic chance of winning by the end of this race. Also, depending on when those safety cars hit, I think split 3 and 4, so which we are in, have a maximum of 3 safety cars. If we do get 3 safety cars, well, it's just surviving. There's no point trying to be a hero now. Get a 2-minute lead, Jesus Christ.
Oh, you guys just went wide, big time wide.
Yeah, like I said, there's no point in trying to be a hero now and get a 2-minute lead and then punt it into the wall somewhere in the Porsche curves and all of that lead being gone. They were very generous, I think, with giving everyone a fast repair. We did not expect that, but it's good. I mean, it gives you an extra lifeline. So it does give you a little bit of freedom to try and push a little harder in these wet periods, because you do not want to fall behind too far either. It's a tricky balance, but I'm just letting the drivers handle that. They know what they can do and still be safe at the same time. And they also know what's too much, as we did just see, I think, at Mulsanne corner. But yeah, well, it's a tricky balance, but I'm leaving that to the drivers.
Once again, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you here in this one. Once you get back to your team, good luck the rest of the way. We'll hope to speak to you maybe later on in the morning as well.
Yeah, sounds good, guys. I'll for sure pop back in if you allow me. Thank you very much.
Once again, that's the team principal involving Sim Race Sweden, who's also the manager of the blue team here today. Right now, managing a lot when it comes to the rainy conditions and in terms of the driving. So looking at some of the air battles and cars as they go. Team Loose Spurwing right now running about 13th. Right now a little bit ahead of Delta V Racing and the Choo Choo Train. A couple car lines back of Vestasport Purple. Let's take a listen into some of the car sounds for the onboards here as they rumble through the rainy conditions still in this battle. Just had a big crash involving Daniel Holmer, the 80 machine. We were just talking with Sim Race Sweden. Their other car, the purple car, has just had a crash. See if we get a chance to look at what happened in the next moment or so. Here we go. As you see them just pull off and slam into the barrier and wedge it into the wall. Yeah, not quite sure here what happened. Let's take another look. And there's already been a connection issue for Daniel Holmer. Yeah, something definitely happened technical-wise or equipment-wise. So that car stops, then you can see the wheel motions where they're like, do I have wheel motion? Is this working? Still testing to see if the wheel is working. Obviously, something going wrong where they can't see what's going on. And it's to the point where they just pull into the middle of the racetrack and stop the car. And then by that point, it's like, okay, we got to get out of the middle of the road, bonk into the wall. They have since towed the car and made a dropper change. Bart Dolphin is now trying to get behind the wheel of that race car. That was not pretty for their sequence. At the very least. So we keep an eye on that battle once again. Wolf at 13th. We have a different leader in terms of pylon notice for GT3. Don't worry about that. That's still Fury who's up there right now officially. It's down with the board. But Blue Chew just hit for their window. Offset by 6 laps compared to everybody else in the LMP2s as well. Up front, Tartan Haggis Racing. Take a listen on board with some shots here. They're running third. Continuing long laps, lots of traffic ahead for the UK-based driver. Welcome back here. Still been following along with 43. Now, as we were looking away in the past few moments or so, there was an incident involving the 305. They are dealing with damage. Orbit Drop Air Venus has picked up some front end damage to their car. Can confirm they did hit a tire barrier. The tire barrier coming out of Central Rouge and their respective case here. You see some of the damage already in progress in that previous look right there. Now, so it was a bit of a slam in the court where they went wide, went sliding, corrected into the barrier, and ended up slamming into the wall. That gave them left side damage and likely going to be a fast repair situation because that lead is starting to come down a little bit. It's under 2 seconds. Last time by, they were 2 seconds slower than Team Unknown 404. So that damage is really slowing down. That mistake has built them up again. Second mistake in the past 15-20 minutes or so. The 80 machine, since their issue, has yet to come out of the pit lane with Bart. See them rumbling around the racetrack still, where the separation tries to build up for the far side of the racetrack before they hit the Mulsanne straight. Just see how careful they're having to be on the racing lines right now to avoid some of the paint and avoid any slides right now. A lot of puddles forming up on the racing lines. The sun is starting to come out here. It is expected to go to 0% rain in the next couple minutes. Couple minutes away from a weather change. Once again to go to full sunshine. Here's a look, and as you see, it is light rain on the radar now. So I'm just trying to slip on through the lap traffic, no issue here. They've lost a bit of ground for the race lead, but they still got speed in the 4-minute ones last time through on the course. This is one of your closest battles on the racetrack. In fact, the only close battle right now on the radar within a second and a half. So Black Clock trying to hold on. Alexei Shoabanov trying to close up. Shoabanov trying to close up as much as possible here. Get back within drafting distance in this fight. See how much there's to close up in the braking zone. This time for an Ange. Just about right in the width of the draft as they're about to reach spin and toe for traffic. The rooster tails kicking up, causing some changes to see the visibility lines. To be able to get more look around. That time through, 3/10 quicker for the 305, for the 404 on the 305. They go to the traffic. Have had an issue apparently for 212 Racing as well. But the bigger concern is this fight for the lead. Bad timing for Team Unknown. They've lost a lot of ground here. How to back up the corner. and recoil and reset to be able to make something work here. Can't confirm Delta V Racing's 112 has just recently had an issue. They've now been in the pit lane for more than 3.5 minutes. Their situation. So a couple drivers still stacking up incidents around the racetrack with the rainy conditions. We're now officially in the transition period to the dry. You see the blue skies opening up. Let's take a listen on board. Team Unknown 404 trying to close on up within a second. Orbit Drop Bear Venus losing the lead as you followed on board with Team Unknown as they made the move. And the gap is growing quickly. Orbit Drop Bear Venus struggling. And now it's going to be the matter of how long will it be until they... Oh, hold on 1 second. Safety car is being called on radio. First safety car is called. Safety car this time through by race control. Our first yellow flag of the race. Drivers have now been instructed to close up and then engage the pit limiter here, as this is our first safety car of the event. Safety car trigger is a random predetermined time in each of the races. Upon the safety car triggering, race control will announce verbally safety car, safety car, safety car. And at this point, they are to remain at the racing speed without overtaking cars in their own class. This is an awkward time as the pit window is now for GTP. Pit window is pit lane is open. So they are taking their service now. So how it works is once the overall leader reaches the pit exit, they're to reduce speed and engage the pit limiter. If the car is not the leader assumes the position due to the front car pitting, then they must follow the procedure as the overall leader. Overtaking once safety car is announced cannot happen. Now you can take an overtake in a different class until they reach the queue, but once the driver is caught up in the rear out the safety car queue, no overtaking the car is permitted unless strictly permitted. Then while catching up to the queue, you must remain at racing speed to maintain the safety queue. That means even after passing the pit line, you close on up. There is a first wave by, there's a second wave by, and then there is the class split procedure before they prepare for the restart and go to a restart zone of the final chicane. from there. There is a whole 3-page rulebook on how to do this. Team Unknown is going to be that overall leader on the racetrack. Orbit Drop Bear Venus is taking the time, it looks like, to manually get repairs done rather than take the fast repair. Smart play that will cost them track position for now, but we know how fast they are in terms of raw speed with a clean race car. They have made a driver change. Luke Burdenshaw is now behind the wheel of that driver's car. Things are all mixed up, by the way, for those curious in LMP2, because they were mostly split on strategy. Tomas and Anj Sim Racing is in front. And I should say that organization's 34 car right now has the advantage over Nearly On Pace, who just hit 34, yet to come down for service, is going to lose a lot of track position as a result of this safety car and the timing of it. Orbit Drop Bear Venus, by the way, has held on to 3rd position after 1 minute and 27 seconds of damage repair to their race car. So they have fixed up the racing machine after what happened in their situation. They will have a lot of cars in front of them, but there is still a couple pace laps to endure here before we get back going. Keep in mind, it was mentioned by one of the teams they expected about 3 safety cars in this split. No more than 4 was the order for the splits down here in terms of the arrangement, in terms of safety car procedure calls. So we'll see. Let's take a commercial break. We are under safety car for the first time in 2025. Back with more after this.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need: Maconi.
With the launch of Maconi Entertainment and Maconi Competizone alongside Maconi Setup Shop, we now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, broadcasting, and event organization.
With cars across all 4 license classes, we have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to coverage of the Majors 24, split 3 here at Maconi Entertainment. Justin Burns with you as we continue on with the safety car period. Don't mind the cars, they're currently doing a car wash. Currently we have trouble! Oh my goodness, someone floored it into the safety car. 3, 4, 5 cars crashing down the Mulsanne Straight. What in the world? We have demolished race cars everywhere. Kupta Motorsports amongst those. Many others stopped. That included your LMP2 leaders on track previously. What just happened? And that will be a controversial one to say the very least. Under safety car. We'll get the teams, if we can, lined up here, but at least 2 have towed their cars, if not 3. Let's take a look. See here what this looks like. Because that was while the schemes were still loading here. There were cars trying to catch up to the queue. Yeah, you see a lot of demolished race cars. The 48 is amongst those. That's crab walking. That had been a contending organization, Inter Sigma Pol. They're currently in the midst of the waving procedure. Yeah, there's the 48. Yeah, we're trying to find this as much as we can here. STK iRacing team, we can confirm, was one of the teams in it. Kupta Motorsports was again one of the drivers in it. Oh, I think it started off there. We're just seeing some of the bumping there too. Apologies for the difficulties here as we're continuing to work on this as much as we can here. Looks like some situations here once again with the stack up. See the contact way in the back of the field right there. Somebody had a tech issue of sorts there and they just slam on in. Absolute calamity. Yeah, right here you see the hard contact, then everyone tries to check up for it. Boom. In like confetti. A couple other cars, believe, may have been in the mix there. That was 23rd place car. That would be, I believe. Yeah. Absolute chaos. The 48 still trying to get back here. Trying to get to a point where they can take the fast repair. They are in the midst, mind you, of doing those waves as we talked about. So this is kind of a tough spot. This is right in the middle of the first way by for the field. So the field getting queued up after a chaotic sequence once again. Again, everyone getting the instructions right now over the radio on everything for race control, on how to approach this period, on how to drive this safety car period, on how to, well, do everything you need to do to parade around. And drivers will have the pit exit closed this time by. Race control has confirmed pit exit would be closed. So under a safety car period, it's a good opportunity to be able to speak with someone. We do have plenty of organizations standing on by. We spoke with a couple earlier on. Why don't we change gears a little bit and talk with the teams that's been fighting adversity? One of them just joined on in. Maple Freedom Racing is trying to continue their survival. Let's go down to them.
No, you're good.
Okay.
Hello, this is the broadcast booth coming in. How are you guys in Maple Freedom Racing tonight?
We're hanging. We're trying to strategize and maybe find a way to get ahead. Our scanner wasn't working at the time of the safety car was called out, so I didn't know until I caught up to the grid and missed out on that pit stop. So we're gonna box this lap. We're gonna box right now and maybe strategize our way forward a little bit. But other than that, we're just trying to keep our head down and get back into the game.
Yeah, we had quite an eventful start, getting taken out in turn 1 of lap 1, and then when we eventually repaired our car and got back to the end of that stint, we forgot to pit, so it kind of set us back again and had to tow about halfway up the Mulsanne Straight. So no, it was quite a rocky start for us anyways.
So right now there's a lot of conversation in terms of safety car here over the radio from a lot of different organizations, but I will ask this for you guys so far. Since the incident, where has it been in terms of the mindset? Where's the focus been in terms of being able to recover from this situation?
Well, the mindset is to keep our head down, minimize mistakes, and maybe turn this into a battle of attrition more than trying to find every single 10th and 1000th we can find in the race. Still very early on in the race, and to my understanding, we still have another round of wet weather to come through, so we're just trying to minimize mistakes and see if we can leapfrog our way forward with a smart pit strategy, and ideally keep it off the wall.
So with that being said here, how's the car feeling right now with the damage? Notice there is still a bit of damage on you guys on the right front.
It was still drivable. It was a small little scrape I had against the wall from unfortunately touching the paint line. Just 20 seconds of optional damage repairs, so it was still fixable, still drivable. Now that we got a clean car per se, we should be back pretty much close to pace, especially as the track dries up and the grip goes up.
So overall, where's now the focus going to be as we get ready for this restart soon, as you wait at the pit exit?
The focus is to not really waste time or lose time where we can, I guess, just manage it and just try to minimize mistakes. Basically, damage limitation until we put ourselves into a competitive mix back into the GTP class.
Well, once you get back to strategization, thank you very much for the time.
I appreciate y'all. Hopefully, thank you for the broadcast, actually. You guys are doing a fantastic job. Thank you.
Once again, that is Maple Freedom Racing. Will move back up to the booth side of things. So as they wait on, they're waiting for their instructions, hence why we moved up here and make sure they hear the instructions as much as they can here. As you see, a few drivers did take the opportunity to pit. There is a lot of other people just hanging out of the pit boxes at this point. DPR Racing and a few other organizations that have taken some hits here. So apparently there was an issue where someone towed and it took less time to tow than it took for the queue to go around, is what race control is saying for one team. So something has gone on to where the order is not where race control wants it to be right now. So they are trying to sort things out still, from my understanding, in terms of where they are supposed to be in the lineup. Seeing some of those drivers right now as they go. 2-2 Racing up there. It's still Team Unknown 404, who's the overall leader of the queue. Tarnan Hagas Racing has jumped up to second position. Highest running orders here in the field. Field's been told to increase the pace to 80 kilometers an hour. So the field has been told to increase its pace a little bit. We're getting ready for a restart soon. To reset your top 10 right now, it's Team Unknown followed by Tarnan Hagas in GTP, Orbit Drop Bear followed by Aerokinetics, Samurai Sweden followed by RD Simsport, 212 Racing, Lumen Motorsport, Arctic Sim Racing, IPM Gold, your current top 10 in the order. Then right now it is a bit of a mix-up when it comes to our next class of things. Time to scoring currently has gone over the map for LMP2, but LMP2 believe is nearly on pace at the moment. Who is on track would be the advantage holder, believe. Do have Thomas and Odge Sim Racing that is above them in timing and scoring, though. Then you have, they are amongst the drivers that look to be okay now with their race car. Their situation. Wannabe SRT is followed by Pushrod Beast Racing, Team Radline, Spin and Tow, DDK Racing, Lumen Motorsport, Nomad, and Blue Chew. The top 10. GT3 currently led by Fury, believe. Or no, Faster Pair, I should say. You have Fury, you have Walk, you have Neon Lights, you have Blanco Morte. You have Grow, MRS, followed by Chronos Gold, GTMR Endurance, IFR Esports. Amongst the top 10, believe, on track here, since we did have some drivers involved in stack-ups. Do have the GT3 leader parked after Indy, though. So something's gone on there where they have stopped. That's why we skipped over them originally. They were one of the cars involved in the stack-up. What in the world is going on? Yeah, there's all sorts of chaos right now, and some of the teams are asking what's going on. Race Control said they are aware, of STK iRacing team pulling it to the side here and parking the race car. Not exactly sure the exact situation right now, but they did take a hard hit earlier. Same is said for the 34 car. Class split is complete. The leaders have now gotten the confirmation. This is because they have to be caught up by the rest of the field here because the tow from their incidents did gain more time than the pacing lap. Once again, that's where that part comes into play. So this is where they're giving up the time gained essentially on the racetrack here. That's what race control has just informed the field on in terms of that. Something just happened as well with Fury. They just fell down the pylon all of a sudden. So a lot of things happening. In fact, Fury Simsport no longer has driver of the car. Yes, their driver just had a technical issue, and they were set to be one of the top drivers in GT3. So another issue for one of the lead cars. It's happened a lot today. So here's the situation, it's confirmed. Those who are taking the wave rounds will filter to the back of the field, meaning they will lose all track position from their incident and having to tow the race car. No positions picked up from the stack up. They will have to start at the very back of everybody. We'll see if we get the command to go here. After all, they've already gotten the command to speed up, as mentioned. All this getting cycled. Again, once the class split procedure is complete, cars that are lapped or to retain their position the queue in their own class, they are instructed to go to the back, mind you. So there are cars going to be battling. So they just confirmed one additional lap here for the pacing procedure, one more lap. Drivers are being told they can speed up to warm up tires now. Being told they can go roughly up to 50% of race pace. So the warming procedure underway for all of the tires on these cars to be able to make sure they're up to snuff, up to temperature. But a lap until the pit road should open up here. Pit exit is still closed in this situation. Now, looking down the queue at some of the organizations we have available to be able to speak with here. Do have a lot of teams still sorting themselves out. One team we haven't talked to so far today is Nomad. what they have to say as race control gives them instruction. Hi there, Team Nomad. How are you guys feeling in your car camp right now as you pick up speed for the pacing lap?
Oh, we're mostly confused, I think. Lots of strategy options for us. It was quite an interestingly timed safety car for us. We were a couple of laps offset to everyone else, so I think if it had carried on going, we'd have been thinking about putting slicks on, and now we've just been debating that for the rest of this whole safety car, and we'll see whether we've made a good choice at the end.
How have you enjoyed the process of being a part of the Majors 24 2025 so far?
It's our favourite event of the year, I think, it's fair to say. It's great to be put into splits based on pace. It's always really well put together. The kind of pre-qualification week is always good fun. We've had a bit of a nightmare in these second set of driver stints, but yeah, it's always good, isn't it? Are you guys having fun?
Yes, we are having fun. Yes. But that being said here, what's the approach now coming up to the restart? Believe there's more commands coming over from race control.
Yeah, I'm hoping those guys are listening to those because I can't hear them. But yeah, we need to pit, basically. We haven't pit during this whole process. We've been hoping it would dry up a little bit, so yeah, we've got to fit a pit stop in somewhere, and then sit some way from the back of the P2 field and hope that we can strategy our way back into it.
Let you go because they just said they are getting ready to go, Believe, this time by. Good luck.
Brilliant, thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Once again, that's Nomad, right now running 6th spot. Make it 8th spot now in their class, and as they said, they're going to have to come in here immediately for pit stops. Whole lot of discussion right now by organizations right about the systems again. Some of the response: what an amazing safety car period in split 3. For those who missed the start of our safety period coming back from break, boom, shaka crasha. Seems to be that. Just say that. Safety car is ending, race control just said, as now the 899 is falling down the pylon. And they were the leaders in LMP2. Not sure what's happened to that. Believe they are still running. Field's been told to roughly slow again after the tire warming lap. It's burned about half an hour off the clock. Mind you, the track is still wet after the raining conditions. A little bit of slosh still being kicked around, a little bit of rooster tails. Should dry up fairly quickly. So just about set to fire back off, coming up to 20 hours to go. About 4 hours burned off the clock here. Here we go. Waiting for the word to go. Driver's just about ready to fire. And green or green. GTPs are green. We're back on our way. The field makes things back on our way. Top two able to get a launch as the next group of the drivers gets ready for the restart zone. Oh, calamity. Bonk time once again. Orbit drop bear Venus amongst those getting some hits there. Welcome back from your repairs. Let's add some more to your repair bill. It's an absolute train of the GTPs as they go around, as mentioned. Some of the air classes getting through as well. P2. GT3 has been told to bunch up for their restart coming up here for this portion of the racetrack as well. Seen some moves being made in the heart of the pack as everyone stays chained together. See the preferences, left, right, everyone trying to march around, some going middle to block. How about trying to force some others to crisscross? LP2's just hit green. Can't confirm LP2's just got the green flag for their respective command. Here they go. How about some side-by-side up through the rain clouds? Wannabe and Pushrod going side-by-side. Wannabe stings their way to the top. That attempt at sting didn't work out, but they sting anyway to be able to go up to the point. You see some of the air scattering amongst these drivers. All right, some good recoveries for the 48 who did make their way to pit road for the repairs to get that car fixed. They're still in sync on their strategy as a result of that contact at the timing of the incident. GT3 is getting all ready to go for the start. GT3 have just gotten the green flag. Green. Faster pair is up front. Walk Racing and Red Panda. Your current top three officially. Robinson already. Welcome to the top of the board, Walk Racing. Able to zip on through. Wow, that was not Walk Racing we're looking towards. Faster pair and Motorsports still having some traffic. Walk Racing getting around some traffic at the moment. So all trying to navigate through that quickly right now. 3 seconds that separation. Some of the others making some moves. A lot of interclass traffic in terms of lap differentials in this field. Once those still laps down is Lightburn Esports, who missed 13 minutes of racing, about 8 laps down. The heart of that pack right now. Yes. Yeah, take a look at some of the air battles now as we look at LP2's choo-choo train forming up amongst them as they work their way up to Indianapolis. See all sorts squaring away amongst this field. Let's look to see how these battles fare out. Some side-by-side amongst them. This is Thomas Edge Sim Racing amongst the drivers trying to recover from their incident. Able to move up. Next up is the 48. Able to hold on, a little bit of a deep send there with a little bobble on corner exit from it. Oh, and more sends. 00 shoves it up the inside and into spin and toe. 000, in fact, a Blue Chew still chews their way up a spot. Some shifty moves here amongst this field. Shifty plays in general for a lot of these competitors. Now remember, some of these teams going to be already on dries, some of them not on dries. Hasn't been a major shift to the crossover period yet. According to some of the timing beacons, that's a split mix from the sim at the moment. Spin and toe, a little bit of contact. As they lose some ground as a result of that, that's going to put them back even more in the queue. Oh, there's the pit stop sequence now for one of the teams. We've seen some drivers needing to come down, and we see some right there at the end of the window. Nomad is in. Impact Sim Sport. Munsel's making moves. 212 Racing. Parks Del Cruz on board with, or looking at, should say. How about some side-by-side? Still trying to complete the move with Orbit Bear around them. This is still going to be Aerokinetics in front of them, though. Aerokinetics trying to hold on to the spot, slips and slides out of the groove, across to the crossover. There goes Del Cruz up a spot with the slip in the slide. Aerokinetics not able to get the pull right on back as a result. Able to slip on through as we passed the 4 hours complete mark. As we rumble on with some of the battles on track at the moment. Some close trains have formed up still in LP2. Team Radline amongst those who have stayed together with some of the other drivers as well, as worth noting. So we'll have an opportunity to look towards that way in a moment or so. Here's GT3, good battle going on. Let's listen on board. Chronos Gold by NWS Racing in the heart of a hornet's nest. Let's take a listen on board. Bevon on with Chronos Gold as they've now made the pass for 7th spot on the track. Been battling amongst them so far. Same can be said for about here. Couple seconds up the road for Simray Swing to get to Tartan Haggis. But the blue car doing blue things. But able to pull away from Orbit Drop Bear this run so far. And letting lap traffic lead their way through the hornet's nest of cars. I've been on board with them a couple times here tonight in this one. See how things shape up with them at the moment. There's a look from 2nd, now back to 3rd. Oh, and look at this hornet's nest. Welcome to GT land up the road. Lap traffic, no issue. Now it's going to be the matter of how well Forza London handles all these cars. How about some side-by-side with the traffic? Marbles everywhere, all over the place. It is a gravel dirt road, almost, when it comes to that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's not extremely fun to drive on in the midst of the road. All sorts of sand kicked up everywhere, all over the racetrack. Everyone just working their way through. Tartan Haggis, I believe, just fell down the pylon as well. So, weird things going on. Oh, some near contact. And guess what? Another technical issue. Tartan Haggis Racing just lost their driver in the sim. Another one bites the dust. Plenty of things have happened, and now Arctic Sim Racing is now battling for 4th instead of for 5th. Parksdale Cruz trying to hold on for now as they make their way to the Porsche curves. Oh, and lap traffic. Switchback plays in the hands of the lead car in the battle. An awkward time to reach the traffic as they are going to have to dive quickly through Ford. Near contact, nearly got themselves turned across the nose of one of the GTs. They've all worked their way around the cars at this point. Gotta love some of the communication when it comes to some of the drivers so far amongst the teams. Most of it's been straight up business, but you also have the reaction to the safety car incident where at least some people are taking it stride. Oh, that's a big incident, my goodness. Didn't get the exact car number there, but somebody blew through Dunlop. Yeah, I believe it was a BMW on that situation as Kupte Motorsports just got a black flag in sim side by side for the 4th spot. Arctic looking to give a bit of the cold shoulder. 3 wide with the traffic near the braking zone for good measure for the first chicane up the Mulsanne straight. And able to slip on through for the move. Hearing it may have been Sim Race Sweden Purple that had an inner adventure who went wide there. Still keep going. So again, Kupte Motorsports picking up a penalty in this one. That's after avoidable contact with the 34, with that caution period, with that big crash. Stop and hold. It's a 1 lap penalty involving Coupe de Motorsport. Yep. So we have that being dealt with for 1 lap penalty. They're already a lap down as it is raining marbles everywhere. I'm still surprised how much we've seen kicked up there in that section. It's just a ton. Apparently I do see a penalty marker to Lumen Motorsport as well. Not sure where that one may have came from yet. Yes, they were a black flag as well for a situation. There was some safety car reviews also on top of it, appears. The one with Lumen appears to have been a stop and a hold for 1 lap also for their count. So things separate out in terms of some of those battles now. If it can shuffle to another battle, things are still trained up for some, like here. Battle for P4, MRS Racing Sapphire. Amongst those in the mix, Row Racing Team, the car in focus, but we're in luck here because one of the teams that do has communications that we do have access to listen in on is MRS Racing Sapphire. Let's take a listen in on those communications for the next little bit here, see what they have to say as things go bumper to bumper.
Moet ik een stint of zelfs? Ga ik wel... Hoe lang zit jij in stint?
Ik heb nog zo'n 8 laps, 7 laps.
Beetje waarom rijden.
Dat hoor ik allemaal.
Ja, ik denk dat er mensen bij ons in de channel zitten. Mensen van de broadcast.
Yes, you are on the broadcast. How are you guys feeling in the battle?
I think Wardy can talk. he's the rain guru.
I'm battling right now, so you may...
He drove from P23 to P5, I think, in the rain, so... Yeah. Going very fast.
It's going with the mindset right now in the midst of these fights right now. I know you're in an intense fight right now for third with a few cars choo-choo training behind you right now and around you.
Yeah, I feel like I'm getting eaten up because I don't have enough rear wing for this condition. I have too much.
You need to lower the wing in the pit stop, first pit stop.
Just trying to make sure to be careful with the words here so I can let you guys plot and plan here. I know it's a bit of a hornet's nest right now, but overall, what's it been like for the Majors 24 in terms of the plotting and just planning to be able to be a part of an event like this and be now a top 5 contender?
Yeah, we made a risk pitting for wet tires two laps before it started to rain, but it paid out. So yeah, and we put our fastest driver in. we know we had the rain schedule, and then we saw that the fastest driver, we let the race start, then we put in another driver, and then the fastest driver could enter the car again during the rain. So that made us a couple of places. That was the main strategy we did in the start. But it was the first pit stop was some strategy. Do we take wets but it paid out. The rain came fast.
So on that note, where's the approach for you guys and your team now that you try and hold on in some of these fights for the top 5, but also try and keep up with some of those scrapping a little bit up the road?
Let's see if we can keep the pace, because it's a very tight split, this one. So now our fastest driver is in the car, so we need to see if we can keep up the pace with the other drivers. So it will be risky. So, but we don't take risks. It's a long race. Still a lot of hours to go. So let's keep the momentum going and keep out of trouble.
Thank you very much for the time. I know you're in the midst of a battle here, but thank you so much for taking time to speak with us. And I know we were planning originally to listen on in, but you said hello, so may as well respond, you know?
Yeah, I saw you coming because I was entering a practice session, so I saw you guys entering the chat. So thank you for your visit, and
thank you very much for the time.
Good work. It's a nice event. We did it the last year, and it's our second year now, and we love it a lot.
Why don't you get back to the plotting and planning? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Different approach to this type of a broadcast, being able to openly communicate with somebody while they're battling. It's a lot more different than what you normally would see, but hey, if it works, it works. If they say hello mid-battle, I guess that's a signal of hello. Let's talk. Best of Sport Purple. Let's see how they're battling on right now. Trying to get the swerve on and try and get themselves to 9th. See them trying to make the dart to the right side. Things are starting to get a little bit dark around the racetrack, looking to make the move with the shiny blue on the front end. They put the car into the dark blue of their competitor, and now we'll lose a lot of ground as a result of that contact to the bonk of the right rear. So drivers are entering the pit window, by the way, for LMP2, because some of the teams are now either at the crossover point or in some of their teams' cases already about 12 laps through. Tomas and Sim Racing amongst those who just peeled on down after only 8 laps of strategy to go back on slicks. Also, Lumen Motorsport peeled on down. They're also now going on slicks, spin and toe, just into the lane. So a pit window flurry for tire compound changes to be able to get back on the slicks for most of the field. Yeah, you see them just trying to fiercely battle on the screen, mind you. Now let's take a look at the comparison text. Comparison text is saying, no thank you, it's fine. It's a racetrack, it's fine. There's no need to compare. Let's just look at a black box. Hey. Sometimes sim stuff do be like that. Oh no! That was a huge lockup for Aaron Humphrey. Luke Becca nearly clobbered him. Great job to avoid. That was sketchy. Let's take a look. A little bit of a scare. See, just had a correction in the middle of the corner, slowed down. The 53 is like, nope, I gotta go. I can't lift. And now they're side by side again. Already. Might have been in part with the slowdown from that course cut. But it looks like the move is complete again for Team Loose Spurwing. One of the closer battles in this group, mind you. See them just blinky, blinky, lighty, lighty. Trying to let them go. We're going all sorts of flying to the field. There's the move inside this time. Humphrey lets him go. Does it cleanly. No course cut needed to be able to avoid contact. And able to slip on through. That is now 12th. Locked up. Pit windows open again for more LMP2s this lap. Push Rod Beast just pushed in to the pit lane. Next in the windows would be nearly on pace. Impact is a couple laps further on their windows in terms of how things are cycling in the window. Just look at the comparison of the stints right now. This involving some of the errors, you see only a one lap difference for the most part. There are a couple extra stops taken from some of these teams like Delta V from crashes. Still lucky to be able to hold on to the spots they are in the running order so far. Still, for our coverage stints, about an hour and a half to work with in terms of racing to go. Now, one of the battles going on outside of this, we can switch gears a little bit. LMP2 is seeing things close up in terms of some of those who have just completed. Oh, hold on! Crash! Welcome to the angle. It's a spin. Might have been Pushrod. Yes, it was. Pushrod Beast. Heading Smig has now gone around. Smig goes around in the 122. Seem out of the groove, but contact the 14 slid up into them. That's Lumen. The rough moment, loads them a couple bits of time there, and we continue. Battle for P3, offset on there on the same strategy here. Look there for David Drywalk trying to make the move. Let's take a listen on board with the 48 while we can here. as they stay lined up and try and battle things out. Nearly on pace is joining 2. Oh my goodness, it's getting dicey. Near contact as impact is all over the racetrack. Inter Sigma Pole still trying to find a way to get around without making contact here. The others in their window, including nearly on pace, just ducked in behind him. They were 12 laps into the run. Blue Chew also came into the pit lane after 11 laps in their stint. So all sorts of navigation on the strategies. Wannabe was the first to complete the respective service though. Will there be a move this time around up the first run up the Mulsanne? Lane blends now to the right. GT3 chooses middle, that's their preferred groove. And all sorts of sparks up the middle as they cut to the left. See them try and work from the high side up to the first chicane. Able to keep it clean as they run their way through Daytona. The GT3 not too happy about that type of a move, it looked like there. They blinked the lights there in the frustration. That's one of the Delta V entries. See them now rumble through the second chicane, quite simply. No issues this time through Michelin. The tricky thing about getting this done right is just making the pass, getting it done, getting the pass, get the pass, get the pass, and make it done. So many opportunities for contact, there's so many opportunities for mistakes, especially knowing it's going to be a pit stop coming right around the window. More traffic to deal with as they try and pull some draft off of it. So much scraping going on too with that 48. They have been scraping and sparking up everywhere, all race long. Ride heights have just not been the front. Oh, trouble! Spin for impact. They lose it. Coming through Arnage, able to hold on to it and be able to re-grab a gear and get back in line, but they lose a ton of ground for that slide for the lead. So that is a big slide through Arnage that cost some ground. More scrapes coming up for the 161. But now they try and regather their emotions here after losing a bunch of time as a result of that mistake. Oh, and there's a car stopped on the racetrack. That is Fury. Fury Sims for green, stopped the track, pit window open. And that had been a team up at the front of the field much of the way. Aaron Broderick, the driver of that car, is struggling to get into pit road, and they have to tow. So let's see what happened if we can here. This was a tough one. And looks like Lightbird might be the car there. That is a car laps down, tarting them around. Hard barrier contact destroys the car. And they can't do much to be able to cross the road for a while because that is a risky spot to be able to just blindly hit the gas with chassis damage. Brutal incident for them as we go to Connor Till. Right now his car runs 9th. Had been in a battle 2, but has now fallen back from it because 212 Racing yet again has ditched them for aerokinetics. Also, looks like Simrace Sweden is in. Justin van der Linden coming behind the wheel at the 217. After pit stops, this is now the battle going on for 5th position. With Spin and Toe holding on. Enter Sigma Pole is in this mix, nearly on pace in it as well. Blue Chew has now taken over the lead in LMP2 with this pit window. Those are color bars. My apologies there, we just had a bit of a technical blip, but the technical blip not impacting drivers. They keep on rumbling. Some of the communication earlier with them in terms of the battling with the orange and black car. See how things now fare out in terms of this fight here. Let's take a listen into some of the banter, why don't we? We heard a lot of communication with Spin and Toe earlier. Let's go back to them and take a listen.
Hello?
Nem mondd, ha van bármi, mert én most csak a vezetésre figyelek.
Jó van, mondom. A GTP-k nagyon messze vannak, GT3-akat fogod lassan utolérni. Már ők is voltak kint a pitben mind. Van az is full slick gumis. PC-t talán amúgy lassan levelted, de ahogy érzed.
Már 4-6-on van.
Felraktam 6-6-ra, amikor kijöttem hideg gumival. Lassan megy 3-5-re.
Lassan fullszáraz gumis időknél vagytok. Csak nyugodtan.
Bazd meg! Bocsolja! Semmit ne találjunk el. Faszom.
Mehetsz.
Hű.
Nyugodtan, nagy levegő. Nincsen semmi probléma.
Imádkoztam, hogy ne érjünk falat.
Szerencsére tök egyenesen csúsztál, mert annyira nem volt semmi tapadás.
De meg nem tempó se.
Still listening in with Spin Until Motorsport. See if we can get a word here. How are you guys feeling about the race car? What happened to there in that spin?
Yeah, conditions are still tricky. It's you get convinced that it's dry enough or a later braking point. It wasn't. So got a bit deep into the line of chicanes, and then on the exit, I just got into a puddle and got aquaplaned.
You're dealing with traffic right now, you guys here. Taman's Pazzi driving behind the wheel of the 8 machine. How has it been in terms of planning, in terms of preparation for this event for this year in 2025?
Let Saboch answer that. I'm a bit busy right now.
Well, the preparation is never enough. But yeah, we will see what happens. I feel like we have a good chance to have a nice result. We will see. Sorry, but like only 2 of us are here, and it's pretty busy right now.
Yes, indeed. Well, what's the approach the rest of the way for you guys here as you drive through the traffic here?
Play alive. Get to the checkered flag. That's it.
Keep it simple. By the way, you have a car way off the track right in the background. Let you focus on your driving here, guys.
Thank you very much.
Vigyázz, jaj, Kavicságyban itt volt valaki. Szerintem egy P2 volt.
So that was one of the teams there in their discussions. We heard them earlier. We followed along with them again. It was spin and tow. They had a bit of a spin, but did not have a tow in that situation. Neon Light, by the way. Neon Knights has just fallen down the pylon, so something's gone on with the 808 machine in recent times where they've now out the meatball flag. And that was one of your organizations earlier on. That was in recent laps here. And something lost them the back wing that caused them to crash. That's not good to drive without the back end of that race car, or rather that rear wing, because that's no downforce on that car when you rears the rear wing. That obviously will cause a snap like that when you don't have any rear downforce. And as you see, they've already lost the rear wing clip. Then eventually the car just snaps. And they just about came across into traffic, nearly collecting, I believe they may have actually collected the 083 and Blanco Motorai, who had also fallen down the pylon and has also towed for a similar amount of time. So there it is, Dave Schwartz now behind the wheel of Neon Knights. team members for Sim Race Sweden Esports Blue back to work. This is for the lead. Looking for the move. Trying to make the cut to the inside. Side by side for the lead for a moment. Justin van der Linden elects to wait and reset. They have Artisim Idlin, who is behind the wheel of the 404 still. Traffic jam to the left. Battle for the lead on the right. All sorts of slipping around here, trying to sort things out. Side by side, this is for the lead. Here we go. Van der Linden able to build up the run. A little bit of scrape, he's great. Team Unknown drops. That's going to put Orbit Drop Beer Venus up to second as they celebrate the position 2. Sim Race Sweden now to the point. And now they look to try and run away. 7/10 up for the lead. Have a review apparently going on in Vomit 14 camp with the 122. Orbit Drop Bear Venus has been trying to push since getting the front clip repairs on the front end. Keep an eye on some of the air battles for the time being. Here's a look at Connor Till. Really close on a send there on Tyler Keiko. Keiko going wide, no trouble for Till. Till's in the wall. So the 499 Racing Platinum team going to be dealing with significant damage. Still plenty of puddles, and they're dragging their bumper through them. Connor Till straight to pit road with that contact. Checking in on Delta V and GT3. IFR Esports is the car ahead. How about some side-by-side action yet again? Cyril Blondio trying to make the pass. Still not able to slip up by yet. David Heath is the car in front as they try and run the middle of the road. Lap traffic trying to sneak its way on through to 3 wide. Delta V has the preferred line for the next corner in the next chicane. Looking like they're bumping doors. Door to door, wheel to wheel as they fight it on out. No doing on the pass though as they let go early on the break. Closest battle on the racetrack right now as we keep on going at the moment. Most of the field has separated out. Oh, a big lunge! Contact! Bit of a door scrape on the way for the pass. Delta V Racing on a big send, and their opponents not so peachy on the send attempt. Blinky for David Heath. He is still not back down on the blinking lights the whole straightaway. Previous time by, Delta V had been quicker by a second. Now they look to try and use that speed to pull away now that they're clear. Mind you, they are still ways away on their pit window until they should have to come down. They're only coming up to lap 5 of this window. See the traffic getting on through. Let's take a look once again. This. 3 seconds lost last time by for the 48. Let's see where they may have lost some ground. How about a send attempt? And yep, that will do it. Missed the corner. That's slow down. Butcherod able to slip on through. That gives them the podium spots for the time being here. GTP leader just heard may have had an issue. Yeah, somebody just had an issue. And this was one of your drivers, Team Unknown, who had been contending up front. He's now crashed big rooster tails and puddles into the barrier. They are falling down the pylon dramatically and drastically right now. See what happened again from up top. Set wide, goes across the paint. Car takes off in the wall. And they just pulled off and parked it. They enter the graveyard of race cars from that. Looks like an air meatball just went flying in our Delta V car. Let's see what happened from this. Oh, that's not pretty. That was an ugly move right there. That gives the 113 car mandatory damage. See him try to squeak on through right across the nose. Yeah, significant rear right side damage in terms of the contact. They will have to come down for mandatory repairs according to the iRacing sim from that contact. Their meatball just came out. This time Aerokinetics just got one. What is going on? Let's see what happened. Big hit of the puddles. Indianapolis, they missed the corner, and it takes off into the front nose in the wall. And they had been doing so well too in this split. See, it hit the puddle in the braking zone, and it never clicked and gripped up. He's trying to get back, and he's trying to use every shortcut. Oh my goodness, that's right into the middle of the racing line. Jed Duffner having a bit of a moment. Looks like they will make it a pit road. Able to survive at least to the cone, as they'll just cut through the rest of the course for good measure. That will likely be a lengthy penalty. Or an in-sim truck cut. Probably the latter. So, RD SimSport also is now peeled in, by the way. I believe they just made a change on their driver in the past moments or so. And they, it looks like they may have towed there, because I did notice that Gus Edwards had disappeared and said he was coming back in session. So I believe it's not a scheduled situation for Edwards in that case. Nearly on pace, has been decently on pace here today. 3:43s, they're 2 seconds off the leader, but it's still fast enough to, if they had the track position in consistent laps, they'd be top 5-ish. We're almost at the top of the hour, by the way. Let's get a rundown again on how things are looking. We're going to our final hour of this portion of the coverage before tomorrow morning. Sim Race Sweden is your leaders. Orbit Drop Bear Venus leads in GDP. 212 Racing, followed by Arctic Sim Racing in the top 4. Vesta Sport Purple is in 5th. Team Loose Spurwing rounds the top 6. Tartan Haggis is in 7th after their technical blip. Then it's IPM Gold. RD SimSport is back, going after 1 minute and 29 seconds of the pit lane. Aerokinetics rounds out the top 10 in GTP. LMP2 still has Blue Chew up in front. Good recovery from Thomas Sim Racing. They have jumped up to second there within 3.5 seconds and closing on the 000. Nomad, followed by Inter-Signal Pole Competition. Spin Until Motorsport starts in 5th in this running through, with Impact SimSport and Pushrod 6th or 7th. Fall behind in the order is nearly on pace, with Loom Motorsport Flux in 9th. Team Radline rounds out the top 10 in that class. Meanwhile, GT3 is also lined up on track, and they've had some mix-ups on strategy. Right now, leading the way there is Fast Repair Motorsport and a Lamborghini. Then it's BMW of Red Panda Racing. Chronos Gold right now is in 3rd. Walk Racing Esports in 4th. Grow Racing Team in 5th. There's some contact on screen where they're okay. Variant Sim Racing followed by Delta V Racing 2 in 7th. IFR Esports in 8th. DPR Racing in 9th. And 10th is GTMR Endurance. Let's run through on the results so far as we are approaching the top of the hour, 2 minutes away from said top, before things get even more wilder. B9 looks like this. RD Sim Sport trying to hold on to the spot. Peter Sikdar tries to hold on in front. Aerokinetics already 1 minute and 1 second in the pit lane with the meatball flag, looking to make up some spots. See, right now, RD Sim Sport still trying to make up for the 1 minute and 29 seconds in the pit lane for their tow situation. We have a drive-through that just came over the bulletin. Avoidable contact just came through. That'd be, the number would be for Lumen Motorsport Flux. So that is one of those cars that just received that bulletin, it looks like. For contact with the 122, that would be with Pushrod Beast Racing moment a little while ago. So a lot of squabbling going on in terms of that run through. We'll see more penalties sorted out by this field. Let's go side by side while we can. Top of the hour. You're watching Majors 24. You're at Maconi Entertainment.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need, Maconi.
With the launch of Maconi Entertainment and Maconi Competizone alongside Maconi Setup Shop, we now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, broadcasting, and event organization.
With cars across all 4 license classes, we have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work, so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Maconi Entertainment as we continue to tick time down in this one. We've had another issue, looks like for the 212 on timing, because they just flickering, believe they have just dropped back all of a sudden to 3 minutes 28 seconds back of the leader. They were right on top Marty Simsport. We were falling on with them before, and that might be why. I believe they are demolished again. Well, they just got the fast repair done too, or whatever repair is done, and now they have to come down again. Duffner's not having a fun time in this stint. It just scraped the Porsche Curves wall, then slid right into the Armco barrier. Bye-bye race parts. Yard sale all the way to the corner. All it took is just a little bit wide onto the curbing, and bye-bye. Smash the car for a second time in a few laps. And that destroys their chances of a solid finish. Outright demolished, and I don't know how long that's going to take to repair all that crush damage. And the axle and all the body parts that have been broken off that race car. He did get back going, mind you. You see, he did attempt to go. You see the tires just kept spinning almost for a little bit. There it goes. Took a lot of time to be able to actually get going. See him fire up as there's traffic all around that starts panicking as they go low to high side before they cut to the Fort Chicane area. They're sharing a pit stall, that's why that looks like that there as one car engulfs another. So, already past 5 hours through the race, by the way, as Arctic Sim Racing continues to hold serve in front. Still, the leaders right now is Sim Race Sweden Esports Blue. They have allowed us the opportunity to listen in on their car and their communications for the next little bit. Why don't we listen in on that for the next few moments or so? They're a few laps away from the pit window. Let's take a listen. On board with the 217.
Hey. Yeah, Marcus.
Hello.
Yeah, giving you a race update soon. Alright, so wind southwest at the moment. Gap behind 6 seconds. Gap to P3, 32.
Okay. Track feels really good at the moment. Just some wet patches, but apart from that, car feels really good.
Perfect.
Yeah, you're going well.
Quickest on track last time around. How many laps have you got left?
3 laps, including this one.
Okay.
When is rain coming?
Rain's forecasted in another 40 minutes. At the moment, Edwin, we are thinking to keep Justin in the car to get through the rain period, since he's going to be driving into it. So he's potentially going to extend by 1.
Yeah, that's
and
fine.
Then you'll get in as soon as we switch back to dry tires.
Yep.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Fine with everything? Feels like I'm alone on track right now, but I think...
Yeah, you've got 21 seconds of clear air ahead of you.
Yeah.
There's a traffic jam at the start-finish straight at the moment, so...
Okay. That I'll feek.
How are the curbs?
They are fine. They are, I can take the curbs pretty well. Hopefully the pedal is gone in Porsche curves, but I don't think so.
Yeah, that might be there to stay, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looking at the forecast, even for after the next rain patch, there's gotta be about 2 hours again of dry time, and then there's gonna be a longer period of rain, so I have a feeling they're here to stay.
The permanent Porsche curves pedal.
Nice.
Isaac, are you okay with driving one stint earlier?
Yeah, that's fine for me.
2 laps to go for me.
Nice, man. Really good lap time.
Jesus, yeah, good job, man. Really well done. 28 in these conditions, yeah, good job.
You extended 3 seconds last lap to the car behind.
That's looking really good, Justin.
Yeah, car feels rock solid at the moment.
I can tell you, I'm looking forward to feeling a dry track for once when I get back in the car.
Yeah. All right, can I pose a question to the production team? Is that possible? Since they're in here already.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Hello there. Yeah, just what's been your favorite livery so far in this race? Because I've seen quite a couple of cool ones.
Pick the right one now.
Question was not expecting questions from those who are following along with here. Is yours the answer?
Yes, yes, very good answer.
Yes.
Very good. Testing you, eh?
Oh, you traitors. Oh, that hit right in the heart.
I mean, yeah, to me there are a couple of ones in here that yeah, are, if not close to us, maybe a little cooler, if I do say so myself.
Okay, you're fired then.
Yeah, we've been listening in. A lot of communication for you guys. I know the pit window's coming up here for you guys. What are you guys sensing in terms of the car right now as this race goes into the nighttime coming up?
I think
Can you repeat the
question?
Yeah. I did not understand the question. Well, I didn't hear it, but...
What are you guys feeling, or rather, how do you feel about the car as it transitions into the nighttime?
Well, I must say it's really, really solid on the asphalt right now. Even though there are still a small amount of puddles, it's a really pleasure to drive. And I must say, in practice, I didn't have this feeling, so I'm happy that it's coming in right now. It's insane.
Yeah, I did some night driving as practice the other day, and the car just felt like on rails. Felt super lovely, so I'm looking forward to it. Simply lovely, as Max would say.
I'm still waiting to get inside of the car and feel the track, but I think that the feedback that the other guys have given, it will be amazing.
And I won't get into the car.
Yes.
Exactly.
Isaac Arvidsson is that third voice. The other one is labeled as Forza in terms of the name.
Yeah, Edwin Forslund.
Yes, Forsland, yes. Why the name Forzan in the Discord?
Yeah, I've just forgotten to change it, but it's a nickname I've had ever since I was like 7 years old, so it's quite funny. People actually know me in the F1 game community quite well as Forzan. So when people have seen me race as Edwin Forsland, I've been like, who's this guy? But yeah, it's a really old nickname. I don't really remember how it came to be, but people just started calling me it, and I went along with it. So.
Gotcha.
Just something like Rinus VK, you know. His real surname is Van Kalmthout, but his new surname is Forsan.
Exactly. From now on, I'm gonna be Edwin Forza.
Yeah.
You should probably put in the change for iRacing to make sure you get the name change in like you want to. Oh.
Exactly.
Oh, man. He was pushing me into the puddle. That wasn't nice. British car that pushed me in the puddle. Well,
that was a little like your moment earlier, Dan, with yeah, I think my drivers will be here.
Yeah. That's already been clipped multiple times. Thank you very much, production.
Yes, commentator's curse seems to be a thing.
Now, we're having a pit stop in half a lap, so please leave, otherwise it will go.
Exactly.
Dave, yes,
I do remember. Last time that I got into the booth, I think both of our cars had incidents or almost incidents 2 minutes after that, so let's hope that won't happen this time round.
All right, so I'll let you get into your pit entry. Thank you very much for the time here, guys.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you as
Have a
well.
good broadcast.
Will do. Once again, that's your overall race leaders. They're having a ball. You go from just listening on in to them being like, hey, let's go into full conversation while mid-run. Yeah, so an interesting one for these drivers so far. As we look to see where things now steady out for one. Looking at a battle for sixth, wannabe SRT. Currently trying to hold on to sixth. Nomad right on behind. Big difference on split stints though, or tire stints. Wannabe took a 17-second stop last time. The pit 8 laps ago. 4 laps ago, Nomad took a full service. Still tightly together here as we listen into the battle. Why don't we follow on board for a moment with Nomad as they look to go on the charge here in the green and yellow. Take a listen to the onboard camera sounds. Here they go for the pass. Nomad all set to set it up. Takes it up the inside, heading into Daytona, and able to make the move. That jumps them up one more spot in the order, up to 6. Wannabe drops on back one more lap there, a couple laps away from their pit window, mind you. So all this is where they get settled out. Mind you, Push Run, Beast, Racing, and Spin and Toe and Nearly on Pace are all together. And the next grouping behind, you see some of the other different classes trying to work around each other too. The backdrop. We haven't checked in on GT3 in a while because things have changed a little bit there in terms of some of the running order. Let's check in on your leader there because it's Grow Racing Team for now. They are in the midst of a pit window fast repair, I should rather say, is up front. There are differences between the older cars and the newer cars in terms of the classifications and some scoring systems. That's where the confusion is. Fast repair still holds on. Grow Racing Team up to 3rd. Red Panda in 2nd. Red Panda sees the red and black car in their sights, but not able to close up fully to get in the drafting distance. You see them lined up behind some traffic in fact right now. 21st. That would be right now one of the blue and black cars lined up in order. Would be, I believe, Adrenaline Motorsports. Traffic not too much of a hindrance this time for the leaders. Let's get zip on through. Fast Repair Motorsport amongst the organizations that have been around since 2015. They were excited about race day on social media, like many others, but put a lot of work in terms of being able to find speed. The key, they asked a while back after all, was achieving a good brake in terms of what pedals are good for the brakes. The first response, the Mario Kart pedals from the Nintendo Wii. A great response. Funnily enough, the Xbox 360 wheel was a great beginner wheel for sim racing back in 2015-ish. Now it's probably going to be hard to find. But, hey, some of those console video game system wheels do cross over if you're able to figure it out. Looks like they are peeling to pit road. Yeah, 14 laps in. There they go for scheduled service. Red Panda up in front. They are offset by 5 laps compared to the 999. See if they're making any driver changes. A lot of teams made driver changes quickly in the opening stints of this race. Do have rain closing in as talked about, so that might factor in a little bit on their choices. There's that rain. We seen that graphic earlier on during the segment with Team Sweden. But 100% in the next hour. Then it's going back to 0. Then goes back to 100% precipitation by 1 a.m. And that was originally where it was supposed to be projected. That has now moved up to 1245, by the way. In terms of the radar, we do have some precipitation that is approaching from the, what I believe is the southwest. Walk Racing Esports looking like a happy driver with the helmet. They hold on to 3rd now on the racetrack as we turn. Quick listen. Just got 2nd, just now. Been following along with various different camera angles as we've gone along here on the run. Less than 27 minutes before we sign off for the nighttime portion of the race itself. Should turn wet just about when we cut away next. Now, there has been an interesting conversation from some of the teams where the question over the radio from one of the drivers was, why are you guys running the line you're running? Oh, Faster Paramotorsport runs off the line and spins it. Jorge Gonzalez into the wall and losing the rear end of the race car. That is disastrous. They were running up front in the class. Not anymore. They were leaders for a bit. That had changed recently with Walk Racing Esports going 21 seconds on the pit lane a few moments ago. But now they have fallen down the order and then some with damage. Look at all the damage on the rear end. Things have come undone, and this is going to really put them back under contention chances here for the rest of this event, just like that again. Can't tell if they just snapped around from too much speed or just from being a touch bit offline. Track is just about, in fact, really has dried out here. See where the dry lines have really steadied in. Interesting blotchiness that's popped up in terms of the battery, in terms of that, but fast repair time for the team named after it. And that's why the importance of some of the racing lines at the most end straight have been a talking point here too. It is faster with the way the middle of the racetrack is shaped with the street compared to the outer edges to run that groove and be faster. teams were asking that, and they're like, quite simply, the response was, that's also where the drying line has formed up. Plus, seeing the night line switch over, which some of the patterns we're starting to see up on here. As some say, though, those differences in surface, you can at least tell where the track is officially dried out. Like the amount of rubber buildup. As Push Rod Beast Racing we look at now. Interesting enough, Split 4 recently had a safety car period, so some of the drivers currently in the midst of safety car rotations for some of the air splits. Obviously not the same split to split if we have had a different safety car period pop up for the air group. The LMP2, the older chassis out of those road course racing cars. In terms of what we've seen and what we've done out of those cars. These machines, around 2018, 2019, I remember the discussion with a iRacing employee when I was like, we need to get the newest cars into the service, and the response was like around 2020. What about if we say we got an older chassis one? You know, a certain brand into the sim. They announced it a couple weeks later. They were, in terms of the excitement level to see, and that started up all of this style of racing with these prototypes, the LMP2s, that became very popular before we got the GTPs into the sim and got them fully flourishing in terms of the package. And they've got a very dedicated team, or teams of builders that focus their time on learning this car and developing it. Even though it's not one of those cars that in real life is the modern generation. It's still a car. People love to be able to race. See all these drivers continue to zip on through, and you see the darkness coming to full light. It's full light time. It's time for the lights to shine bright and be able to illuminate the path forward here, almost into full darkness. Now it's going to be interesting too, where a lot of these teams put their nighttime driving skill sets in, how they handle driving in the nighttime conditions, how well they're able to have their lines memorized. Seen a couple times over, lines being a big issue for teams. To be able to keep hitting time in, time out, time in, time out, time in, and time out. RD Simsport, by the way, just ducked down for their service, so the windows are soon to be coming up for some teams. Blue Bread Panda's almost at their window too. Two meatballs just popped up. Team Loose and Tupai have just picked up meatball flags. What happened? Same time. This is the Spurwing car into the gravel and right into the path. Right in the heart of the racetrack. Sand, then blammo. Huge contact. Third car was in the incident, didn't get a meatball. Believe it may have been, in that case, one of the Delta V cars, not sure on that situation. That looks to be maybe the case. So the 113 at this point just moves along after the contact. Very interesting patterns, I will say again, with those drying lines you see develop with the nighttime conditions. Just makes it very easy, but also shows just how the track design really works on the surface with the rain patterns here, to be able to sort out where everything needs to be done. See some of these drivers go off line 2, how these cars really respond to it after situations like that one. Pit stop time for the 113 as a result here, as they come in after 12 laps of their service on track. 18 minutes to work with till the top of the hour. And rain time. Here in rain might be hitting. The racetrack can confirm on the radar. It just hit right at the front straightaway. And it is about to pour again. So the weather conditions about to get slippery again. When do some of these teams put on the wets? Team Loose, Spurwing did put on wets when they came in just now. Delta V just put on the wets. So some of the teams risking burning up their tires a little bit at the start of the run on a hot track, to know they're going to be in wet conditions fiercely within the next 15-20 minutes. Right now, Simrace Sweden executing their strategy right to the letter. We heard some of the discussion earlier. Expect to keep him in the rain for Justin. Van der Linden currently making his way through some of this traffic. No problems. We'll see if they are forced to come in early here. The crossover period may come in fairly quickly, depending on how hard this ends up falling here on the rain. Swallow on board. The Acura continuing to showcase the blueness with taking our lesson on board here as the leaders work their way through the dripping rain. Absolute chaos forming up as Orbit Drop Bear Venus also just lost a ton of time all of a sudden. It was around that same area we just seen some of the Hornet's Nest breakout, so something happening to the 305 there. Here can confirm they went off track. See what happened. And yeah, locked up. Nearly went off to another straight. And then rejoin it back across the racetrack. And they get going and back away. Hearing there may have been also a rejoin situation that just sparked up on the radio with the 63 OG Sim sports car. Pit window was open for the GTPs. But the Rosie car having some problems too. Apparently had issues in Tetra Rouge that nearly caused the stack up. So teams up in the jacks for GTP. Let's take a look at what happened here. And that's a helicopter. Let's see. Again, it was 63, apparently, that we're just going to call. Topology. Let's see what happened here. As they had the issues in Tetra Rouge, which is about around here-ish. Had a technical blip. Everyone having technical blips, they get spun around in the midst of it. As, whoa, my goodness. And then this is where the column comes out, as that's the stadium, and that was nearly more contact. Chaotic, to say the very least, once again. Funnily enough, GTP just announced there's new tires coming around next season. So, not in terms of iRacing, in terms of real life. So, that's an interesting sign coming up. That almost looks like rock formations in terms of the tires, in terms of discussion point, in terms of how the grip patch works. Curious if that will change things for the future for the Sims version of the car. Just to add a discussion point for the real life. Oh, weeble wobble. So, 212 yet to come down. Orbit, Drop Bear Venus. Closed up a fair bit. Seen correctly on terms of strategy. Yeah, they did close up. You know why? They only had a 31-second pit stop, looks like. Went for a quicker stint here to be able to try and keep up. They did put on the wets. Tower, Kukego still yet to come down, peel in for 212. 46 seconds net. Let's follow on board with Orbit Drop Bear, I should rather say. Puddles still haven't fully formed back up yet around the racetrack. This storm, 1 of 3, expected within the race's first 12 hours alone. Mind you, pressure's going to be on for a lot of these teams to execute during the nighttime. We're about 7 minutes away from our sign-off before we head into the full nighttime conditions here at Circuit de la Sarthe. Right now, Sim Race Sweden Esports Blue just showing why they are powering their way ahead here. See, they're all rumbling on the curves as they continue on here. Rooster Tail's really starting to pick back up again after going away for a little while with the conditions all wets now for basically your entire field here, except for maybe a couple offset here and there that are stretching their runs a little bit. There is some offset still in LP2 because some of the teams have yet to peel down for their scheduled service. GT3 right now with Chronos Gold up in the lead for that class, or rather still Red Panda, followed by Chronos, yet to come down to take off the slicks yet. Oh, there's a car around in that part of the racetrack. Not sure which car that is there. But it's zipping on through in that section. Still keeping it clean though, despite that situation. Five minutes away from the top of the hour, just like that. All this while Thomas and Sim Racing. Lots of teams that have already pit, they have already peeled in the past few laps for their service. They're battling back and forth. This is net second. Intensifying in the grouping 2 as they reach around the lap traffic. Bit of a slow up for the 34. I'm gonna really back off the gas as they zip on by Intensifying, able to zip on through. Oh, what a crash for them. They slammed the barrier. After slowing on down, the car implodes. Hard contact for the 34 as they try and find the safety to pit road. Take a look at the replay. They went on the paint going wide, having some issues, and they add to the issues. Hard contact as they then slam the air barriers trying to cross the road. But that car is toast. Hard contact and they're down pit road for their service. Team Redline amongst those now in the pit lane for LMP2. 34, as we said, down the lane for third service. 41 seconds off and away for Team Radline. Complete their stint. A couple others finishing off to put on the slicks, including Fast Repair. STK is also down. And our car has just had an issue. RD Simsport, Meatball Flag. Right before the top of the hour. Wow. That car just snapped evilly. And I believe that one of the drivers trying to stretch a bit. Yeah, went up the middle, touched some paint up the middle. It just died. Unreal. So on that note, coming up to the top of the hour in our end of coverage window, let's take the opportunity to run down the field. Sim Race Sweden is currently up front. We'll do this full screen. Right now, Dominic Ferris now jumping in behind the wheel. Now a fast drop for Orbit Drop here. Venus 4 seconds back. Finn Weeb is currently behind the wheel for Arctic Sim Racing. Tower Kokeo in the 4th. Right, then it's Vestas or Purple in 5th. Tarnet Hagus Racing. The recovery is in 6th right now. 1 minute 8 seconds back from the tech issue. RD Simsport, Team Lewis Spurwin. Our IPM Gold and Team Unknown amongst the top 10 on track right now after 89 laps. Some of the other class members you'll see right here on screen. The next grouping ends at 17. Do this by classes. This is all GTP like this. On the field, scroll on down. See how things are separated. Some of the drivers as much as 14 laps down like Aerokinetics in the class today. There were 21 entrants in that class, including Fast Lane Academy. LP2 looks like this right now. Dexter Castro for Impact behind the wheel. You have Patrick McDaniel for Blue Chew next. Then it's Inter Sigma Pole. Team Radlines in the top 5. Thomas and Dodge Sim Racing was top 5, not anymore. Pushrod Beast, nearly on pace, Spin and Tow, Nomad, and Lumen. Bunch your top 10 in class. Cars look like this. DTK Wannabe is a lap down as well now. And Logistical Nightmare having a nightmare last in class. And then you have a big class for GT3 again. Kerr Hutcherson currently leads the way. Chronos Gold by NWS Racing. Grow Racing Team, Variant Walk, amongst the top 5. Then IFR, Fast Repair, MRRS Racing, GTMR Endurance, SDKE Racing Team, top 10 in that class. Delta V Racing, Neon Knights Racing was Loco Motori. In next, Composite, followed by Maniti Racing Purple, very quiet for Maniti. They are a big brand that's done not much today. Fury Simsport, the Fiat Fury is crashed in 16th. Zenith in 17th. DPR, HTS, and Orion, your top 20. Then your last riders are like this. Adrenaline, Coupe de Motorsports, Lightbird, Esports in the field. Look top to bottom at the running order as we have passed the top of the hour. And that means it's time to say goodbye until the final 6 hours. Until that mark, it's time to say good night. For my co-producer tonight, Christian Hill, for earlier for Sky Shrek, who is in the broadcast booth with us, in the co-announcer seat, I'm Justin Prince, saying so long. Enjoy the rest of your evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning for more action for the Majors 24 here from France. See you next time here at Maconi Entertainment.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need, Maconi.
With the launch of Maconi Entertainment and Maconi Competizone alongside Maconi's setup shop, we now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, broadcasting, and event organization.
With cars across all 4 license classes, we have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.